Good morning, my loves. Good morning. How are we doing? Hi, baby. You're always the first one to come give me a kiss, Cloud.
Got a lot going on right now.
Mm-hmm.
Hello, people.
Hello! It's nice to see you again. That's wet. Oh, I missed. Whee! I hear you, Cinnamon. Guys, I'm trying to take the house. Can you stop running back and forth? Hello, Jaden. Yes, they are definitely guinea pigs, not hamsters. Get out of there, Cookie. Silly girl. Hi, Clover. Let me pull the live up on my computer so I can see what you guys are saying. Hey, Josh.
Hello everybody, today we're going to talk about what is considered by many to be the most disturbing horror attraction you can find. And I use
There we go, now I can see. Hello, everyone. This cage is what? I would appreciate if you guys would like the video and subscribe if you haven't already. We greatly appreciate everyone being here. Watch out, baby. I guess we know which house you spend the most time in, huh? Thank you. I'm going to call you Cornbread because I'm not sure what else to call you. Watch out, Chris. Crystal. So, for anyone new, I have 8 guinea pigs. There is 6 of them in this cage. I don't know. I don't know if Jaden's still here. Jaden, are you still here? So there's 5 girls in here and 1 neutered boy. And then I also have 2 single piggies who are not bonded with anyone because they don't get along with anyone. If you stick around long enough, you'll get to see my single pigs as well. ACB, okay, we can roll with that. So, this is Chloe. Hi, baby. Let's do some names. Chloe, Cloud, Coconut, Cookie, Cora, Crystal. Go get loud here in a minute, guys, because I'm going to run the vacuum and vacuum up their poops. Thank you. All their names start with C. It's kind of a theme. Literally the only animal in my house whose names don't start with C's are the dogs. Yeah, there is quite a lot to remember. Hello, Mika. Alright, let's go get loud. Yeah, you guys really went down on that one last night. I have a Husky and a American Staffordshire Terrier. I will show you them later. Hi, Cora. Hi. Watch out. Watch out, baby. This is what. The other one. You're such good little babies. Yes, you are. I cannot say that I play Among Us. I don't play any video games anymore, really. I don't have the time. Between... You had to shake it, didn't you? My fiance came in here and shook something and got them started. Oh. How did I... Thank you. They're very spoiled. I enjoy spoiling them very much. Isn't that right, guys? Are you spoiled? What do you say, Crystal? Are you spoiled? Chloe, you are without a doubt spoiled, my darling. Sorry, my dear, I don't play Among Us. Watch out, boy. Oh, careful. You're okay. Okay. We'll be here. Jess. And that's what their clean cage looks like. Hello, Candy. So nice to see you. There you go, guys. Lots of hay. We're all probably gonna go in the hay box now, so let's move over to my other cage. Hi, Chloe. That's wet. I got a fresh one. Don't forget to hit that like button, guys. It helps us out. And of course, if anyone wants to gift anything to the piggies, we do have a wish list. Any gifts I get for the piggies, I do open on a video or on live. Really? Hi, honey. Mm. Hi, Clover.
Can we get a couple of hamburgers, I guess? Mm. I mean, I will have to get going here soon, so I have to make something easy.
Make yourself something, I'm fine.
You sure?
Yeah.
Okay.
In it goes. Here comes your house. And you have plenty of hay, so I don't need to give you any more hay right now. Alright, next up is Cinnamon. Hey, Josh. Josh.
Yeah.
Can you bring me a jug of spring water?
Sure.
This one in this cage is Clover. She is an American crested. And this distinguished old man is Cinnamon. Hi, Cinnamon. Hi, baby. I know. Not wet, President. Let's steal your carrot for a minute, Cinnamon. I know, guys, I know. You guys starting to revolt over there? Water for Cinnamon. Water for Clover. You guys a little hungry today? I'm sorry, guys. That's the last of the pellets until I get paid. That's the last of the pellets, guys. That's my dog. Eva. Boop. Hey, big girl. Such a good girl. Mommy got hay all over the bed. Yeah. Yeah, such a good girl. So this is Eva. She's my American Staffy. She's 11 years old. Mwah. There we go. Alright. We'll get some veggies and I will be back. I'm gonna do something real quick. Alright, I'm gonna go get some veggies and I'll be right back, guys. Sorry, that's my alarm. I keep forgetting to turn that thing off. Who's hungry? Are we hungry? Are we hungry? I take that as a yes. Hello, Neely. Yours. Apple. 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 There you go. Apple. There you go. Now for the greens. Yes, you're hungry, huh? There you go. There's a apple. Chloe, you can't have both apples. You're like, yeah, Mom, watch me. Me, Chloe, you can't have both apples. Chloe, yeah, watch me.
right now, but we are adopting another rabbit today. I am so excited, you guys. So if you guys don't know, I have recently lost my buddy Milo about a month ago, and I now have my single boy Vinny living on his own. In this time of him being alone and not having his friend anymore, I have seen signs of him being lonely and depressed, and I really don't want that to continue for much longer. So we are getting his new potential friend today. Jess from Kind Heart Rescue reached out to me and had notified me that they just got in a Flemish giant rabbit. You heard that right, a Flemish giant. I'm talking the big breed rabbit. That has been one of my dream breeds that I've always wanted, and the time is now. And we're going to go pick up our Flemish giant rabbit and potentially make his friend. And I am so excited. So let's go ahead, let's start my car, let's drive over to the rescue, and let's go ahead and adopt our new
I
one.
would love that Flemish giant rabbit to go inside of a small dog.
Big girl. Hi, baby. You got big ears too. Holy crap. But the owner said that she was spicy to get eaten. I cannot believe we have a new rabbit part of this family now. This is actually insane. I am not used to holding a carrier.
That is big bunny.
So big, you guys. I cannot wait to be right back. So just better look at her because it's a little hard to actually see her because it's pretty dark in the rescue house.
Bigger than a chihuahua.
I really haven't even seen her like up close and personal when she's already coming out. Hi, you're so cute. Oh my goodness, you guys. Oh my freaking god. I love you already. Oh my god. Someone had actually reached out to the rescue and had notified us that they did not find a home for the rabbit. It's from right here. Now they're going somewhere outside. And as a rescue, hearing that, that is not what we want happening at all. So the rescue decided to keep her in. And Jess was actually aware that I was looking for a second rabbit for Vinny. And I just so happened to also let her know that I would love a Flemish giant. So honestly, stars aligned, and this girl came into my life or whatever yet to rescue, and just was like, just got this girl in, do you want her? And I literally, we kind of started with the same minute. I was like, that is my girl. Please let me adopt her. So we officially have a new bunny, a part of the bigger family. Yeah, she's been living in a Pepsi cage. Pepsi cage for the last 2 years. And again, she's a Flemish
Why do you
giant.
put that in a puppet?
I cannot believe that rabbit is big. That small. Like that is insane to me. A lot of you guys were asking and telling me to adopt Timmy.
Still small.
Rescue.
Tiny.
Actually. And also a recent rescue, but it just didn't feel right. I knew that there was going to be a one out there that I felt kind of. Oh my god, she is ready to go. I knew there was a bunny out there for me and Vinny, hopefully Vinny, because this one was longer together, which is really good sport, but I knew that there was going to be a better one out there for us. I'm so happy.
Well then, fur comes off white.
At this very moment, children at St. Jude are fighting top line with a zero right now. Trying to
That is going to be it for her brush routine. I don't want to do it for too long to where we're going to stress her out. I do want to get her moved into her new cage, but there's so much hair cranking inside of her body that I'm sure she feels so much better. She goes right for the litter box. Jess did say that she actually picked up on her litter habits pretty quickly, so I feel like she'll do pretty well here as well. I gave her a big litter box as well, so she should fit nicely in there. She also has her hay rack, she's got her forage field, a whole bunch of toys, water. She also is on the absorbent mat in case she doesn't do that well with peeing. It'll just stay on the mat and not damage my floors. Now, we're going to obviously let her get settled for a couple days until we even think about moving her into the same room as Vinny, just because I really want to get her well adjusted to her new environment and all the new smells that are here. I am a little worried that she's so big to the point where she could probably just like hop out when she didn't do that. If she is. Can you do that? I'm a little worried because she's so big, she might be able to like easily hop out with the house over there. So if that is the case, I might have to move to the middle. You like your toys? I don't know if you had any of that when you were here last summer. Oh my goodness, you're so sweet. She's already playing with all the toys, guys. This makes me so happy to see. I don't think she's really had any enrichment in her entire life, but do know that black rabbits tend to not be adopted as quickly as ones that are different colors. It's just because people view them as just not as special, I guess you could say, or unique looking. But honestly, I do find that black rabbits are super gorgeous.
Black rabbit go by black guinea pig.
You are. She was literally a pet store came to the floor, and the fact that she's a Flemish giant and this big, living in something that small is insane to me. Now we have her in the next pen, which is obviously a more suitable enclosure. If things go well with her and Vinny's bonding, she'll have her own room, which will be even better. A few hours later, I went to the gym, I ate dinner, showered, this, but it is now time to go ahead and get our bunnies and veggies. I'm not sure what she was getting with her previous owner. I do imagine that they were getting her veggies because they were aware of like spades, getting vaccinated, all that kind of stuff. Just to be on the safe side.
I haven't got any instructions, but I do need to get down there
Bill,
just in
my
case they
vacation
get something for me.
nuts over Bill, that is one of your favorites, so really she likes it. I love the smell of Bill, I also love the Bill pickles. It's like honestly my favorite, so it's amazing. It just works. So super important to make sure you're always watching your veggies because there's these little bugs on there, believe it or not, dirt, so I'm just gonna go ahead and plop it in the cage and see if she will eat. Stop it. Not sure about the veggies just yet.
No.
It's pretty common for a bunny to, not be something that's right away. So she might have to take some time to like feel comfortable with it. She's actually showing me that she's getting her out. Yeah. Obviously, with her being your bunny, she will need more veggies. So way bigger body than most people. She will be getting definitely a much more serving size than you would get. Vinny's like half her size. I'm using that.
So, there's more US companies
Yeah,
start
she's also chilling.
making products domestically because it's
That's
here.
a shame.
Yeah.
Brand new too. It's okay. I mean, it's pretty common for them to want to dig, so stuff like this does happen. And I do find they love to dig what they're like inside their house, but over there, I could actually put a pink mat. Let me go ahead and grab one of those. Alright, so that should work much better. She probably will end up destroying the pig mat, but I have so many events I really don't mind. Just for the time being, I'll just put that down to cover that hole. She clearly is a digger from what it seems, so I'm gonna take note of that, and I think I'm gonna get her some toys that she can actually dig into. I do know that Ross and Marshalls tend to have those like cat scratchers, so she may be a bunny actually likes those. She's doing a great amount of pooping. The poop looks good as well. It looks hydrated, it doesn't look too dry, it looks on the size. She gave a great amount of hay and we rabbit that big, so she's gotta be munching down like constantly. She was also so cute. She was playing with all of her toys and scattering them, like throwing them around and stuff. I really truly do not think this girl has any enrichment whatsoever. I don't know if they ever let her out of the cage. I would only hope so, just because she was a big bunny. I feel like if you looked at her in a small cage like that, you would want to be like, alright girl, like let's have some free time out, like play outside the cage. I really hope that understood that. Very excited to obviously move into the bonding, obviously move her into the bond room because I do love having my buns in a big, big space. I think it's a lot better for the lifestyle because they're just so active. Obviously, you gotta make sure what you have. So in a space like this, it works. It's great. You guys can only provide this to your rabbit. It is definitely okay, and it's so much better than what else is out there. But I kind of go the extra mile when it comes to all my animals, and I really, really, really want to spoil them. So I cannot wait to get her moved into the bud room. Look at the ears, just big, big, big ears. Obviously, my dogs are super used to rabbits. They are so friendly towards them. So if you guys are any concerns there, you do not have to
Big
worry.
shoe,
Also, I am babysitting.
Like, what the fuck is that thing?
Yeah, right here. We actually have her sister Lola as well. They did a really great show out with Steve Vinny, so they're well adjusted. Obviously, if there was any chance that she was getting stressed out by my dogs, I would obviously, put her in a more secluded space or just cover the X-Pen. But my dogs are very calm and also the ones that I'm babysitting from the as well. So she's doing really great with them. You eat your veggies, Missy? You're thinking about it. They go, oh, good girl. Now we're feeling comfortable. That's nice, isn't it? Very yummy. It has officially been our girl's first morning here in the big room. So happy to wake up with her. She was done so well overnight. Like she called for her lunch. Pooped literally so much and didn't love. There was one single poop on the outside, which is insane. The previous owner had actually properly. I can tell you she can learn very quickly. As expected as well, she has torn up our pig mat, which is okay. I kind of expected it. So noted. I'm actually going to try and figure out something because she ended up actually taking it out again and then putting a bigger hole inside of the mat. So obviously she's still a little, hesitant to get into super new surroundings, but you guys can also tell that she's honestly a really confident bunny and is opening up very quickly. Everything is still brand new to her, so I'm really just giving her a lot of space and also letting her come to me when she's ready. It might take a few days, pretty easy a few weeks for her to feel fully comfortable with me and to know how to go. It's actually totally normal for any rabbit, even if you're adopting from someone who's worked really well with them, or it's just a rescue off the street, shelter, whatever the case may be. Rabbits are very timid by nature, and they obviously need to get very accustomed to their surroundings. She's obviously coming around quickly. It will take her some time for us to see her full personality. I can see that because I know she's a love bug. Right now, I'm really just focused on making her feel safe with just minimal noise, slow movements, and just lots of snacks to keep her happy. As you guys can see, she obviously has a lot of encouragement in her cage, which keeps her happy. And I really don't think she had any toys with her previous owner because she was basically jealous of when I first came in the cage. Also, she finished her necks last night. It took her a little time to actually want to do that, but as you guys can see, with Lizzie out of the cage, she let us go, which makes her happy. It is breakfast time, so I'm gonna go ahead and give her some pellets. Introducing the Telefrank credit channel. Hey, check this out. I just got my bike. You can also raise your FICO score with your student service payments. I know that cost will pay off. And you can actually rent your home and utility. What? I can get credit for those? So then I added my utility payment. Boosted my FICO score. Let me guess. Instantly, right? You know, Fred. Download the free app now. Oh, nice. This is also another really great way to interact knowing where to start in terms of hunting. There are a couple great resources out there in terms of how to actually find the rabbits, but I wanted to bring you guys along for the process of how I actually do it myself. I think I might start with a little mini rabbit farming series here on this channel and kind of walk you guys through my process of what I do, because it is kind of a process. There's a lot of steps involved, there's a lot of precautions that we take, so I want to kind of give you guys some insight on how to actually do that and be smart about your own rabbits. Just know that we have that entire series coming up where I actually will bond my rabbits together and show you guys how to do it. And hopefully it goes well, hopefully they become best friends. I mean, I really get commendable, but again, with rabbit bonding, it can take quite some time, like weeks, months, sometimes even years. So even 10 years, you can go crazy. Well, guys, it has officially been a few days since we have had our new girl with us. She has been settling in absolutely amazing and is doing so well. So I guess the only thing left for me to do is to tell you her name. So if you guys don't know, Vinny was actually named by one of the cast members of Jersey Shore. If you guys aren't from Jersey, you guys probably haven't seen it. I feel like it was more of a Jersey thing to watch. But if you guys have not watched it, I highly suggest watching it. It's a really amazing reality show and it's super crazy. But Vinny was actually named after one of the cast members, so I kind of wanted to stay on theme. So our girl right here is named Snooki. I honestly feel like she looks like a Snooki. Just looking at her, I'm like, yeah, you look like one. So we've got Vinny and Snooki, and hopefully those two can get along and become best friends. Tune in to our next couple of videos because we'll be starting a series on how to actually bond rabbits together. And you guys will join me in real time on how Vinny and Snooki's bonding session goes. So yeah, I hope you guys enjoyed watching. Please make sure to give this video a big thumbs up for our new girl. Subscribe for more videos every single week. And until then, I hope you and your piggies and your buds are happy, safe, and healthy. Bye, guys.
Bill Burr, Jim Gaffigan, Alana Weezer, Rowan Jr., and Krista Stefano are not funny.
What?
They're hilarious.
You know it's not a good joke, but you have to explain it.
Brand new stand-up specials, now streaming.
Let me go. You're thinking about going to therapy, and as a therapist myself, of course I'm going to say that's a great idea. But first, let's talk about the things they don't tell you. First of all, you're going to say, like 300 times. Spoiler alert, you're going to. And how does that make you feel? Yes, they actually use this phrase, and yes, they actually want to know the answer. They're going to be crying. Like one minute you're talking about your grades that you got at work, and then the next minute you're talking about how when you're 6 years old, your mom left you in the aisle of the grocery store because she went to the next aisle to get some milk because she thought that you were right there next to her. So like that, that's when your abandonment issues started. And homework, yes, there's homework. But here's the thing, by the end of it, therapy can actually make you feel better. And you'll be like, why can't I start this sooner?
We trust our memory a lot. Not just our individual memory of people we know or things we need to do, but our collective memory of society's memory as a whole. From advancements in science to political positions, we trust that we're at the forefront of humanity because on the timeline, we're at the very front of humanity. And because of that, we have thousands of years of good and bad decisions to learn off of. But what if we're forgetting something? What if in the same way you might forget someone's name or a thing you had to do? What if we, as a culture, can seem to remember something? What if in our understanding of history, culture, technology, what if there is a massive ink blot on the page? But even if there is some stuff missing, it shouldn't matter, right? Because as far as we know, we're the most advanced our species has ever been. Or at least, as far as we know. And that is the terror of today's series, The Oldest View. But I'm getting ahead of myself. The Oldest View by Pain Pixels is probably the best scary thing on the internet ever. I may be speaking in slight hyperbole, but it's close. Not only is the craftsmanship of the series incredible to anyone who even takes a quick glance at it, but what I want to talk about today is how the writing and understated horror of the series work you into the oldest view yet, I don't know what will. All I can say is if you haven't seen it yet, or you watch this video, it will be linked in the description. Go watch it, enjoy it for yourself. Don't let me rob you of your first experience. The series has received a lot of praise, and rightfully so. Even people who have no idea what any of it means know that there's something moving behind the curtain. And I, for one, can't wait to talk about it. My only public relationship with the oldest view is the several million views worth of videos of me screaming and whimpering like a child in front of a live audience. And I can never fix that, but hopefully this blurs that at least a little bit, but probably not. But yeah, hopefully here I can do something at least a little bit thought-provoking to add to the pile of being crime. So do with that what you will, and also do what you will with the new merch. For the summer, I once again partnered with Juniper to come out with a new t-shirt design, and they informed me that I say the phrase "do what you will" a lot, which I thought was a thing that a lot of people said, but it turns out they don't. So anyway, it's on a t-shirt. Not only has many of Juniper's designs, the guys who've done my previous merch, is the design incredibly comfortable, and the print itself is actual stitching that is raised above the lining of the shirt. But check out the back. That is right, a super cool, once again, raised stitching of the logo with text that says things like "under the iceberg," and looks like I'm really fun and an adult, while once again we talk about me crying over a cardboard statue. And along with the t-shirt, I am dropping the first in a series of cryptid pins. That is right, I'm releasing a series of cryptid pins, starting with some of my favorite cryptids. Since my logo is based on the Wendigo, this technically counts, along with Bragteeth, the flatworth monster, and of course, Mothman. There will be more of these metallic cryptid pins in future drops, but I wanted to start with some of my favorites. So you can get the pins as well as the t-shirt for a limited time before they're gone forever at the link in the description. As always, the link is wendigoon.shop. It will be available for a limited amount of time and then it's gone forever, so get them while you can. Also, when you're watching this, I will be making ready to begin the Stalker movie tour. Most of the seats have sold out, but there's a few left, so if you're interested in meeting me on the tour, get in on those while you can, also the link in the description. I won't take up too much more time, but between how the merch is performing and how the tour is performing, just thank you all for everything. I'm almost done paying rent, but if you're still here, then stick around after the ad when we talk about these unexplainable nightmares that keep me up at night and make me sad if I think about it for too long. But before we start talking about the inexplicable evil, let's talk about the inexplicable good. They sponsor AG1. AG1 is the daily foundational nutritional supplement that I, as well as many, have come to know and love. Not only because AG1 contains things that you're probably missing out on your daily diet, like free probiotics, various vitamins and minerals, but because whenever I start to put the things in my body that my body needs, I just generally feel better. AG1 helps me to have energy I need to get through a work day. Being a YouTuber, I'm about as chronically online as it gets, so anything that helps my body not act that way is good by me. Most of us don't realize that we're so low energy because, again, our body is missing out on key nutritional supplements that we should be getting. And as it turns out, I'm not the only one who feels that way, as AG1 is backed by multiple research studies. But in a research study, over 90% of participants said that after 30 days, they felt more energy. And I, for one, feel the same way. The best part is, instead of being a bunch of different pills, multivitamins, supplements I have to take every day, AG1 instead just one drink. Because with 12 ounces of water and a spoonful of AG1, you're good to go. I like AG1 because it makes my life less sad and miserable for things that I don't get. And if you're interested in getting in on this deal, then today is a great time to get in on the offer. That's because right now, if you head to the link in the description at drinkag1.com/Wendigoon or scan the QR code, along with your order of AG1, you will receive a free welcome kit. This includes 5 extra days of AG1 in their convenient travel packs, a bottle of vitamin D3 and more nutrition that you need, and free shaker bottle. That's right. Get in on all of this along with your first subscription of AG1 at the link in the description at drinkag1.com/Wendigoon or scan the QR code to get in on this incredible offer today. Thank you all so much for watching the ad. Thank you so much to AG1 for sponsoring the video. It really does mean the most. Hope you all check them out. Link is in the description and the QR code. We are back to the video. We are going to go ahead and get into it. But as always, thank you for watching. The Oldest View is a big series with a lot to talk We fade into the image of someone creating a giant face. Don't know what this is for yet, but we will soon. As we stare at the unfinished face, we hear the song When the Swallows Homeward Fly by Alan Thompson. And on this visual, the video ends. Nothing that you saw is supposed to make sense yet, but it will later. The second video, Beneath the Earth, was uploaded on May 15th, 2023. The video opens with us once again looking up at a canopy of trees. However, as we're looking up, the sound of what seems to be a rolling wheel is heard. Quickly, the camera cuts to someone named Wyatt going on a vlogged adventure. Wyatt, who is voiced by Kane Pixels himself, says that he has found something interesting on a park just outside of town. Wyatt doesn't give us a specific location, as he says this is far into private property and he doesn't want to get into trouble. However, he found something strange while out on a walk, and he can't help but show other people. He gets to the top of the hillside, and underneath the shade of a large tree, there seems to be a hole in the ground. This hole gives way to a massive tunnel. This tunnel seems to be some kind of staircase that drops straight down into the earth. This was all special effects. I don't even know how you start to learn to do this. Wyatt steps into the tunnel, imagining that it must connect to some kind of bunker or storage system. He makes the interesting note as he steps into the tunnel that it seems as if the staircase used to go higher, but was seemingly cut off into the ground above. Wyatt points out a couple of anomalies regarding the staircase, other than, the fact that it exists in the first place. For one, it's in the middle of nowhere, and two, the lights being on imply that someone is still using this facility. Despite a lot of rain over the past several days, as Wyatt mentions, there seems to be no rainwater in the staircase, which again doesn't make sense because there's just a giant hole where the top of the staircase used to be. Wyatt ventures down the staircase, and when he gets to a breaking point, he turns to his left to see that the staircase just continues even further down. Wyatt also makes another interesting point that it seems that the blocked incisions into the rock on either side of the staircase implies that rooms either once existed there or were designed to be added on later. Again, pointing to the idea that he may be in some kind of megastructure, or at least something that was once intended to be that. Eventually, Wyatt gets to the bottom of the staircase and comes across a large, black, wooden door. A lot of the horror in the oldest view is very understated and subtle. There's a few moments like this that really capitalize on it. The picture of the door, the way it pans up, the way it's shot, the way it breaks case for everything we've seen up until then in Wyatt's journey, it feels like we're watching a crime scene investigation. It gives a sense of gravity of something uncanny in a world of uncanny that we've already stepped into. Wyatt steps through the black door, only to find that it leads to some kind of derelict shower. Stepping to the other side of this ruined shower, there is a metal gate, and when peering under it, Wyatt discovers something odd. On the other side of this metal gate is a sort of kiosk. Not only that, but unlike the room and staircase he was previously in, the room in front of him seems to be carpeted and well kept. Wyatt steps underneath the gate to see that this small room isn't the largest mystery this complex has to offer. But it seems the room beyond this small area is an entire shopping mall, here with music and indifference in the middle of the earth. This is for most people where the series gets interesting. Went from kind of abstract images and like a strange staircase to there is an entire shopping mall underground. Well, with this proposition of something weird, Kane takes us into the next episode. The third video in the oldest view is called The Rolling Giant, and this is where the majority of our story up until this point occurs. Rolling Giant is posted on October the 8th of 2023. As with the past two episodes, our opening shot is that of nature, while in the background, sounds of screaming or excitement can be heard as a steady rumbling grows louder and louder. Once again, we are suddenly cut back in to Wyatt's next vlog. Wyatt, despite the impossibility of this discovery, has decided to keep it to himself. Wyatt mentions that he is currently a business major, but previously to this degree had a botany professor whom he was close with. Wyatt figures that given this structure underneath the earth is some kind of government project or super rich secret meetup or something, so before he ventures back, he places some trail cams to see what he's getting into. However, after leaving them there for some time, the staircase doesn't seem to have any visitors. The last of these pictures from the trail cam being taken on May the 22nd, 2023. This will matter later. So Wyatt, unable to stay away from his he notes that a light at the top of the staircase has gone out. He gives a brief mention that a mining company, as well as various locals, own the land that the structure is underneath. Basically, there's no clear giveaway as to what the mall might be used for based on who owns the land. Another unique thing that Wyatt mentions is that the fragrance of the staircase itself is like that of cut grass, or more specifically, cornfield. Wyatt once again ventures down the staircase, past the door, past the showers, through the kiosk, and then once again to the gate that leads its way into the rest of the mall. Wyatt goes to open the gate, but the roller gate gets away from him, flying into the ceiling and making a loud crash. Wyatt freaks out and runs back to the staircase, but after some time has passed, he finally ventures into the underground mall. The special effects are so good that it's easy to show someone just a few minutes of any section from this video and have them convinced it was shot on set. Also want to mention, Payne's effects are so good that a bunch of people on TikTok were convinced that the footage from this episode was actual footage of someone discovering a secret underground elite cabal of human trafficking and devil worship and whatnot. I think that's how you know you've made it as a visual effects artist, when your YouTube project can be used as a style. Kane is master of his craft when it comes to storytelling, effects, directing, and while the primary point of this video is to talk about the storytelling aspect of it, the other parts, like visuals on display, can't be overstated. Stepping into the mall, Wyatt sees that there's an AMC theater in the middle of the mall, as well as advertisement things like the Midtown AR wall, or a healthy promotional poster that says, "Can you name 8 veggies that begin with the letter B?" Wyatt at one point even making the mention that this reminds him of the back rooms he saw on TikTok. After passing by a sign, we see that this mall is the Valley View Center at Dallas Midtown, and that it is currently going through redevelopment. Wyatt continues to walk through the mall, coming across several art studios. The most important poster he comes across is one that says, in large letters, "We're back," detailing the recreation of the Parade of Giants from the Margaret Hunt Hill Bridge opening. Now, all the details of this mall are hyper-specific, and we'll get into that later, but what I want to talk about now is the image on the poster. We see on the poster a giant, bearded, cardboard figure with huge hands made out of flowers. Now, while many people, and by many people I mean myself, what on God's earth is that? Absolutely not. No, I've not played this game. Alright guys, we're watching Radar now. Radar is a new horror series, bro. bro, I hate everything about this. I hate uncanny, like it's human but it's not BS. And I know, I see them.
Want to see them again in one of their stories?
I see, what did you say? Say that again.
What? See them again in one of their stories. He's very kind looking.
What about this is kind looking, Alex? What do you mean?
Let's give you a hug.
Its hands are bigger than its head. It looks like it wants to
Awesome.
rip you into ribbons.
For bigger hugs.
What bigger? Yeah, that's so big. Found this visage to be absolutely terrifying on first glance. What I'm going to point out now is that on closer inspection, and this will become apparent as the series goes on, this is the same figure we saw being constructed in Renewal, as in the cardboard face that was only partially assembled seems to be the first steps of this giant flower-handed thing. Wyatt continues to walk through the mall, and after seeing a giant mural of an octopus on the back wall, he quickly turns to his right to see the giant from the poster now standing in front of him. Which, the first time that I saw this, it sent me to heaven. Give that octopus rings I'm out, bro. Oh my gosh!
I won. That's how you know. That was it.
That was like the biggest jump scare reaction I've ever seen out of you.
This is like the highest honor you can receive.
It was dwelling on the poster so hard, and then it happened. You got the nightmare.
I think he died.
Yeah, thanks so. Well, hey Chad, we're taking
Sure.
your streamer guy.
Yeah, can you do a good impression?
Dude, that's the worst thing. That hold on, let me think about it before I say this. That as far as like an image, right? Like a second appearance might be the worst jump scare I've got in any of these series, bro. It's so big. And like oh gosh, the space that it's in is so menacing too. It's such a quiet menace, and then just this. Oh, I hate it. Oh my god. Thank you. I can't describe what it is about the giant specifically. It is a combination of its size, its outstretched hands taking up so much space in the room, the uncanniness of the eyes, where the white dots imply so much depth, even though there is none. There's something so broken and wooden about its construction that the idea of it moving or the idea of it being a threat is incredibly off-putting to me. I understand a lot of people find this giant flower thing funny and being incredibly stupid for being afraid of it. And guess what? You're probably right, and I also don't care. It's my video. Wyatt begins to approach this giant before suddenly the ball turns on, almost as if it's opening hours for the structure itself. With this, Wyatt is terrified that he has either activated something or someone's about to come in. So quickly and quietly, Wyatt tries to run back to the exit. However, when he gets to the staircase that he entered in, he finds that the staircase is collapsed. In a panic, Wyatt begins to try to shovel rubble out of his way or find some means of getting back up before realizing it's futile. Wyatt sits there for who knows how long, potentially realizing that mistakes have been made and something bad might happen. So with no means of going back up, Wyatt must now find another way out. He steps out of the kiosk containing the now destroyed staircase and sees a series of exit signs across the ceiling. As he begins to follow the path, he sees again more art studios. Not only do several of these buildings contain art in windows, as well as pictures of the bearded man and of the giant, they contain several interesting illustrations. We see illustrations of a bearded figure, as well as giants, very similar to the giant bearded flower thing we saw a moment earlier. Out front of these displays, there's also leaves on the ground. A surprising change of pace from the entirely industrial mall we've seen up until this point, or at least that Wyatt has seen from within the structure. Eventually, Wyatt gets to the exit to find that it only leads to bedrock. Sure, in a normal mall design, this is where the glass front entrance would be located, but here it simply opens up into the earth that the mall is consumed under. As Wyatt ventures back to the center of the mall, trying to figure out what to do next, thunder can be heard, which causes the lights to flicker and the music to stop. Looking across the atrium in the middle of the mall, Wyatt sees the giant from before, now rolled into a different position. Wyatt figures this must be someone playing games with him. With no other avenue of escape, Wyatt begins to approach the giant. However, as Wyatt gets closer, he loses sight of the giant for an instant. And as he does, the giant disappears. Wyatt is now sure that something in the mall is messing with him. Wyatt finds a map of the mall and tries to locate an exit there. Another interesting thing that we see of the mall during this section is if you look into the pit at the middle of the atrium, it seems that the wall from the mall has been destroyed or ripped down. This is one of the only signs we see, at least for now, of the mall in a state of disrepair. Wyatt follows the exit on the map earlier, only to find that it is once again another dead end. This time simply leading to a kid's playground and, once again, more artist studios. However, this studio, Midtown Artist Studios to be specific, doesn't seem to be a studio at all. And when Wyatt gets close, bizarrely, it is a giant forest. A giant forest complete with the sounds of birds and nature beyond the roller game. As Wyatt begins to wonder what this could mean, suddenly there is a noise from the center of the mall. The noise almost being a kind of squeaking, as if something is being wheeled around very quickly. Wyatt begins to slowly make his way to the center of the wall when suddenly he hears the squeaking again, to turn around and see that the giant is standing right behind him. Wyatt says hello, once again assuming that someone is doing this, but there's no response. Wyatt begins to turn around and walk away, and he suddenly hears the rolling wheels once more, before spinning around to see that the giant is getting closer. Wyatt doesn't know what's going on. He believes now that something more sinister is at play. He says to the giant that he's leaving and begins to hurriedly walk away. Thunder happens once again, and the sound of the giant's rolling continues. Only this time, when Wyatt turns to face it, it doesn't stop. The giant keeps getting closer. Wyatt sprints as fast as he can, making his way to the escalator. Once Wyatt is on the escalator, the giant stops its pursuit, seemingly because it can't make it up the stairs. The giant then slowly turns around and pushes itself away, back in the direction that the chase began. This spin also confirms to both us and Wyatt it's not a person controlling the rolling giant, as it seems the giant is controlling itself. Wyatt is confused and terrified by this and desperate to find a way out. As Wyatt is looking down another hallway for a path of escape, he comes across a barred store. As he begins to make his way back to the center of the mall, the giant is now blocking his path and getting closer quickly. Wyatt begins to throw himself into the store door as the giant gets closer. Wyatt breaks down the bar, springing into the room with moments to spare. Entering a maze of corridors at the back of the mall, he gets one close to the entrance to see the giant right before it shatters the glass and begins to chase it. Wyatt begins sprinting through the back rooms of the mall, hurriedly trying to lose track of the giant behind him. Potentially realizing that it doesn't seem the rolling giant followed him down the tight corridors, Wyatt quiets himself and begins to sneak slowly through the back rooms of the facility. Eventually coming out at another shop, making a dash across the center of the mall, and making his way into the offices of the mall itself. The offices hold a lot of interesting visuals and things that will be important in the analysis of this video. We see schematics for things like streets with corresponding trees that will be planted alongside them. We see pictures of concept work for new designs and buildings to be built in the future, as well as schematics and plans for future mall locations. Eventually, Wyatt comes across a document labeled 183-719-05. This shows that there is an exit at the very top of the mall above the AMC Theater. With no other options, Wyatt presses back out to the center of the mall with a goal in mind. However, when Wyatt makes it back to the public portions of the mall, it seems that the mall has now been lost to time. What was once an ideal manicured facility is now overgrown, rotted, broken. It's as if the mall was left to contend with 100 years of nature by itself. The mall itself had been reclaimed and rooted as if Wyatt had been in the office for a millennia. Remembering the exit on the schematic he found earlier, Wyatt tries to make it to the escalator before the giant comes rolling from behind the escalator itself. Wyatt, with no time to spare, begins sprinting around to the escalator on the mirrored side of the atrium. As Wyatt is running, the mall once again springs to life. The lights of the structure all turning on at once, as if the mall is once again open for business. As Wyatt is running, he glances to his right and catches a quick glimpse of what appears to be several giants, not just like our rolling giant, but similar, gathered together, watching him. Wyatt sprints up the other escalator, but when he gets to the top, he sees the staircase he was supposed to take for an exit is labeled as out of order. Even more awful, Wyatt turns around to see that the giant is now using the escalator. Wyatt climbs to the top of the small scaffolding, now staring the giant in the eye. In a moment of desperation, Wyatt screams out to the giant, "What do you want?" And even more strange, on top of a series of events that are already strange, thunder is heard once again, but this time as the lights flicker, we see several animals and people laid across the ground. As soon as this is over, the giant charges at Wyatt. Wyatt quickly jumps from the scaffolding onto a large support structure along the ceiling of the mall itself. Wyatt turning around to see that the giant had crashed into the position he was with such force that the concrete is now crumbling around him. Wyatt looks over across the ceiling to see that there is another exit across the support beams. Carefully and precariously, Wyatt begins to slowly inch his way around to the opening. As he does, he looks back to see the giant now traveling back to the center of the room. Wyatt gets one last look to the top of the escalator where we last saw the giant, only now to see this weird stand in the giant's place. Wyatt balances himself along the rail right before the opening. He lines up the jump, and right before he by a man named Scott Beck. And around it, we see several blueprints and plans for a new mall at what appears to be a sort of groundbreaking meeting. From here, we cut back once again to the dark forest and once again to Wyatt's body. From the
Sometimes a man must overcompensate for his freshness. Old Spice.
We've got a great selection of low-priced used cars, trucks, and SUVs at CarHawk.com.
Resistance vampire subside.
You cannot stop them alone. If it's war, I want to win. Wars are finished. This is the more time I can force it. Welcome to the rebellion. Your season 2 streaming on Sunset on Disney Plus.
this, we faded to the image of the empty face of the giant. That again, we saw at the end of the rolling giant. Or if you're reading the wiki, we see the image of two umbrellas. I don't know who writes the wiki, but we should pray for them. From here, we see through the darkness that the crack of light begins to form. The crack grows and grows until it illuminates the face of the rolling giant. And we suddenly cut once again to the ending of the rolling giant, the third video of the Oldest View series. Everything plays out the same. Wyatt is panicked. He's working his way across the high beams above the mall itself. Wyatt jumps off the beam in the nick of time and finds himself in the staircase leading up. He looks back to see the mall still the same behind him. The only difference, the A and AMC now hanging. And without a moment to spare, begins to sprint up the stairs. He runs and runs through the darkness before we cut to an overhead view of the forest he has now escaped back into. I spoke earlier of how Kane is a brilliant effects artist, how he is a brilliant writer and a brilliant director. And this scene really highlights the directing portion. The music that is being played during this, the panic of it all, the uneasiness, the way the camera is so put off and distant from Wyatt, and still slowly pushing in on it, increasing the claustrophobia, giving this sense of urgency that time is almost out. Wyatt runs as fast as he can to get back to his car and escape the horrors he has witnessed. And as he does, we receive a message. Text on screen appears that reads, "Anatomically, modern humans have existed for approximately 300,000 years." Or another message follows and says, "Recorded history accounts for roughly 1.6% of this time." This statement, of course, leaving us with the horrifying question, then what have we forgotten? Wyatt makes it to his car and the car starts. Immediately, every time around by Vansire is playing on the radio, Wyatt quickly pulls out his phone to see that his maps aren't working. Perhaps Wyatt thinks he's still inside of some kind of structure. Maybe he's not out of the nightmare. Only to be relieved when he sees a car pass him on the road. Assumedly safe, Wyatt begins to calm himself before he seemingly drives back to civilization. However, it seems that perhaps no one is safe, as the last shot we have of the Oldest View, at least up until this moment, is a POV shot of someone accelerating down the road. However, this doesn't seem to be Wyatt, as the only audio we can hear is the very, very loud noise of the giant rolling. Meaning that, presumably, the giant has somehow gotten out of the mall and is now running down the roads to either find Wyatt or do, I don't know, something. But either way, it seems the giant is free, and that is terrifying. With that horrific image, we have the end of the Oldest View. So, what was that? The change in the narrative is strange. At once Wyatt died, and now he didn't. But why? Well, I have some theories for that, but none of them will make sense unless I talk about what I think the series means up until this point. See, Kane does a great job at hiding his hand whenever he makes a story. We saw that in the back rooms, and we see it here with the Oldest View. There is clearly a goal, an objective, an end point in mind, and he's very careful about how in the forest at the beginning of the series. Forest and greenery imagery making its way into the mall. The mall and the Giant being underground, it all feels like it fits too much. And there's a reason for that. Everything we see in the series can be traced back to one cohesive thesis. Even the title of the series, you can all trace it back to one idea that King was working on. As a matter of fact, you can trace it back to a single picture. This picture, to be exact. But again, I'm getting ahead of myself. So let's start at the beginning, with a man named Julian Riverton. I promise this is going somewhere. On August the 3rd of 1837, a man named Julian Riverton was born in France. And nothing I'm about to say is within the universe of the oldest view. This is all real history we're talking about. Julian and his family would immigrate to Texas near the city of Dallas. Julian Riverton became a botanist and very quickly excelled in his work. Julian documented the Texas frontier and a lot of new plants that had not yet been cataloged. As a matter of fact, his work was so influential, it was used by institutions like the Smithsonian and colleagues of people like Charles Darwin. He had a tremendous effect on the world of botany and our understanding of ecology within the United States. However, as people often do, Julian Riverton would eventually die, passing away in 1905 of Bright's disease. Because of his work in the field of botany, in 1950, a nearby park in Dallas, Texas, was named after him. The Riverton Park for a while was seen as a hub and delightful place to visit in Dallas, until suddenly it wasn't. A lack of funding in the 70s led to the park falling into a state of disrepair, and people began to avoid it. That wasn't until in 1998 when a group of people began a project called the Riverton Roundup. This effort by volunteers cleaned up the Riverton Park and made it into a once again admired space. But why does any of this matter? Well, that group of volunteers would form a group called the Friends of Riverton Park. And in 2011, the Friends of Riverton Park would join the Bridge-O-Rama's Parade of Giants for the upcoming Margaret Hunt-Hill Bridge opening. This group of volunteers dedicated to not only maintaining the park itself, but the memory of the generations that inspires it. The idea of this Bridge-O-Rama event was that famous figures from Dallas and Texas history would be made into statues and showed off at the bridge's opening. So who else would the Friends of Riverton Park pick to be their statue other than Julian Riverton? They teamed up with Kevin Oberdon, who over time built the Giant. And on March the 3rd, 2012, the statue of Julian Riverton was unveiled at the Parade of Giants. His cardboard face was full of great detail, and his eyes showed care and depth to their features. His hands, quite poetically, were made of grass and flowers, fitting of a botanist who excelled in his field. And now, over 100 years after his death, long after he had been forgotten in many of the minds who benefited from his work, the image of Julian showed its face in Dallas once again. For a while after the parade, the Julian statue was shown in the Dallas City Hall before it was eventually moved to the Valley View Center Mall. There, the statue would remain for several years, back among a series of art studios and next to a painting of a giant octopus. I'm sure there's a lot of people out there who have memories of the tall, bearded, rolling giant that they would see at the mall on weekends. There were other giants from the Parade of Giants featured in the mall as well, but documentation from the mall's history isn't great. And at some point, it seems the giants were removed, or at least all the giants besides Julian. Perhaps because his construction was a lot more precarious than the others, the outstretched arms, I'm sure, caused some difficulty with transportation, as well as things like the flower hands or the heavy head, which even fell off when Julian was originally featured back in 2012. For whatever reason, when the Valley View Center Mall was shut down in 2022, Julian was left inside. It seems that for whatever reason, they just decided not to bring him out. In the final pictures of the abandoned Valley View Center Mall, it seems that, much like the area around him, Julian's been left behind. And in the early videos we see of the mall's demolition, it seems the giant was destroyed along with it. The final remnants of the mall's history being the abandoned rolling puppeteer stand left in the demolished building. The demolition of the mall, as well as the giant, finished on May the 23rd of 2023, which is the same date we see from the trail camera
mean, a lot of people have figured this out on their own by now, but essentially there was this one image that I found a couple years back. I think it was like summer 2021. Let me get it for you. This image like freaked me out so much, or at least like punched me in the gut really hard when I first saw it. I just saved it on my computer. It was like compelling. This was way before macros. I sort of came back into contact with this image and decided to started getting really fascinated by it again. And so I started reversing and searching it, figured out where it came from, and then started going down the rabbit hole. I found some other images of it online, some very limited ones because it's absurdly obscure. At the time, you couldn't look up Roman giant and really get anything. The only way I was really able to find images was by looking up image tags for Valley View Mall, like people tagging their photos from like 2012 on Instagram. This statue was created by a Dallas artist, Evan Overgan, who I have since all this has happened, like I'm in communication with him. I was talking to him earlier today. In the beginning here, it was, I can't even explain how surreal this was. I and a couple others in a small little Discord group chat, like we would just spend hours and hours, like over our winter break, just scouring the internet for like any and all traces of this guy. And slowly we built up a library of like around 40 images. I think we said at around like 50 today.
Finding this one image of the giant inspired so much. Why is there a huge, super detailed cardboard figure in the middle of an abandoned mall? Why does it look like that? Why is the mall being destroyed? What does any of this mean? And it's Sid Payne looking for what he found with the story. The story of someone who is so admired for what he did to nature that monuments of nature, from parks, statues, are still built in his honor. In a name that sadly, especially if you're not from the Dallas area, you've probably never heard of before. A name that meant so much to a few people that they built a giant. And even the giant was eventually forgotten. I mean, what does it mean to forget something? The effects that Julian Riverchin had still exist. Sure, his work still lives on in the work that built off of it and came after. But what does it mean if we forget who put it there in the first place? I think the mall, the rolling giant, everything that Wyatt came across is a physical manifestation of forgotten memory. Think about it. When Wyatt makes his final venture into the mall, it is after the mall has been completely destroyed. The remnants of the giant and everything around it shoved into a black hole, into a void of what we write down. When Wyatt's in the mall, it is physically beneath the earth. There.
Let her buck. It's a way of life. It's taking on the day, no matter what it throws at you. And that's why it's on every bottle of Battlefield whiskey. It's not just bored, it's earned.
Buried to where none can find it except by happen chance, just like Wyatt did. Or perhaps, I should say, just like Kane did. I mean, Wyatt's played by Kane after all. Just as Kane so happened to come across an image of a giant that led him to all this discovery, Wyatt came across a hole in the earth that led him to the discovery as well. I like to mention too where Wyatt says he had a botany professor he was friends with. It's almost like the effects of Julian Riverchin. A botany professor surely would base himself off some of the work that he created. That his legacy is surrounding Wyatt in ways Wyatt doesn't understand. And at the end of The Rolling Giant, the story of Julian ends. Julian, who was once a botanist, once acclaimed, once a part, all that has now been lost. All what the video Life of the Giant is about. Life of the Giant is simply a slideshow of pictures of Julian, pictures of the giant, pictures of it now forgotten, played to the tune of Please, 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 Let Me Get What I Want. Kane showed this video to me when I was watching The Rolling Giant on stream with him, and I think it's what put the nail in the coffin of this series never leaving my mind. What went from just an abstract, strange horror story that's something kind of scary and something cool to think about became something more. For those who have been watching the channel for a while, you'll probably remember the House in the Ocean series as part of the Monument Mythos by Alex Kasanis, or Alex Kansas. The original idea with the House in the Ocean is it is a series that exists in your head. It was available for a while, but much like a lost loved one, it's now gone. So it's still real, at least it's still real up here, even if we can't touch it anymore. And that is the exact same way I feel about the stupid cardboard giant. It's so strange. The giant went from something I was afraid of to something I feel so sorry for. All the time and effort and work that was put into it. That, sure, there's still plenty of people alive who were a part of the project and, remember the pieces of it, or people who were at the Valley View Mall who still have the memory of the giant in their head. But the giant itself is gone, and Julian is gone. And now there is just people who speak of what used to be. And eventually, they'll be gone too. And sure, in the grand scheme of things, of humanity, culture, science, whatever, this one giant doesn't really matter, right? But with how our memory works, how collective we are, everything that happens to us informs another thing that happens later. How can we afford to forget anything? I think I know how Kane felt seeing the image of the rolling giant alone in the wall. Because it's the same way I feel about it now. The giant once meant something to a lot of people. Julian once meant something to a lot of people. And even though they're not gone by any means, when you look at that picture, it's like you can watch the memory fade. And that's where a lot of the kind of mystery of the series comes from. You are looking at a story after it is finished. The story you are watching is about one you can't remember. But there's also some hope in it as well. In the forest that we see the series open on, as well as several other scenes like Wyatt's death, we see that everything is black and white except for nature. Nature has always been here, and it will never be forgotten because inevitably it has to win. Julian dedicated his life to the knowledge and preservation of it, and in that way, he is immortal, at least by the work he made. As the images of Julian and Wyatt and the giant itself become black and white, they become faded, distant. The nature around them is as green as ever. Much like when Wyatt steps back into the mall, it has been overtaken. The Valley View Mall now, much like the giant, is relegated to memory. So while the image of the mall Wyatt finds himself in at the end of the rolling giant seems to be faded, empty, the nature that survives it is now back more than ever. There's something hopeful to be said in that Julian invested himself in something permanent. So now in a way, he is also permanent. I think about it as Wyatt makes his way around the escalator, how, at least from what it appears to me, we see several other giants that were in the parade of giants as well. Each of them have their own story and memory that, much like Julian's, is being forgotten. What effects did they have? What mark did they leave on our culture that we'll never forget? Julian's is easy. Its nature is all around us. It pervades everything. But what of our other giants? What of other people who have been forgotten that are well worth remembering? But at the end of all this, Julian is just one piece of an almost infinite puzzle of those who have come before us. How many stories and effects are out there that we'll never remember, that truly have been forgotten to time? It's daunting to even consider. But the hopeful thing about the rolling giant is Julian isn't one of those stories. And I know I've spent all of this time talking about how he was forgotten and the giant and his honor was forgotten, but that was all up until the rolling giant. Because think about it. You're watching it right now. Yes, at the time the mall was destroyed, it was forgotten. It was dead. But now it's back. The audience that has accumulated around the old is Interesting, to say the least. But if there's one thing you can say about it, it's that I have never heard of Julian Riverchin before the Oldest View. I knew nothing of his life, of his contributions, of his legacy, but the fans that have formed around this Kane Pixels internet series have made sure to change that. There's now a website called RollingGiantArchive.com that is a catalog of all the information I talked about and more regarding Julian Riverchin, as well as the giant itself. Something that was dead, a memory that was buried deep in the rock beneath the earth, is now out for all to see. And I think that's what we see at the end of the series. See, initially Wyatt was dead. He goes down to the memory hidden beneath the earth and perishes with it. That is until Dispersal, when something changes. Dispersal opens with us seeing Wyatt's death replayed and the forest open once again, the void of memory where things that aren't forgotten truly go to die. But the mall doesn't go into it. Instead, we see Scott Beck, one of the leaders in construction at the Valley View Mall's replacement, the Dallas Midtown, talking about the new exciting structure that will be built from the Valley View's way. The pictures and images that we see of this are the same ones scattered across the walls in the offices seen back in the Rolling Giant. Even though the Valley View Mall was destroyed, even though by the time Wyatt comes across it, it's nothing, it still has the pieces of what will be later. The mall is filled with images of its aftermath. The Midtown would never exist if not been for the Valley View Mall. Just as so much would exist, like Wyatt's talking professor, perhaps, if it had not been for the life of Julian Riverchin.
The schematic that shows the correct way to get to the mall's exit, 1837-1905, is actually the date, 1837 to 1905. The life of Julian Riverchin. Not only that, but a document mentioned above, 1973-2023, is another date, 1973 to 2023, the total years of existence of the Valley View Center Mall.
It's with this perhaps that the giant died. That with Wyatt's death and with now a new Dallas Midtown being placed in the aftermath of where the giant once lived, that it will truly be forgotten forever. It was, of course, until Kane Pixels came along. Kane came across this whole story of the giant, of Julian, of everything that was being forgotten at the time, and dug it out of the ground. I think that is what we see when we see the image of the crack appearing and the light shining across the giant's face. What was once buried is now being dispersed back for whatever we'll do with it. Effectively, the legacy is now given a second chance. And I think that's why in Dispersal, we see that this time, Wyatt lives. See, Kane could have came across the Rolling Giant, the image that he saw, and done nothing with it. The piece of himself that was curious, the piece of himself that was interested, the Wyatt, so to speak, could have gone into that memory and died there. But Kane decided to make the series. And with that, Wyatt is allowed to live. Wyatt comes out of the earth, and with this fortitude, with this determination, he escapes. He makes it back to our world. And because of that decision, the giant is now reborn. There may be a lot of memories and a lot of people who have been lost to time, but Julian Riverchin is not one of them. And there is such a hopefulness about that to me, that the very fact the series exists, and I think the series itself, because if I know Kane, it's going to be really weird and meta with it, I think the series itself shows symbolism of how it brought the giant back, about how it created something new out of the memory of what used to be. Because when we build so much off of our thoughts and where we've been, how can we afford to lose any of our memory? And I think that's what the Oldest View is. Memory. But like quite literally, I think the term the oldest view equals the word memory. I believe the oldest view can be seen as the fear of forbidden. Julian was once a respected and remembered man, but as time passed, his was fading. Years later, his image would be revived in the Rolling Giant, but much like the Valley View Mall, a thing once loved by many, the giant and Julian with him would be forgotten again. The themes play a lot into diminished monuments like ruined buildings and forgotten landmarks. I think Wyatt stepped into a manifestation of the past, things that used to be, and perhaps the giant simply wants to be remembered. And to me, that's what the series is about. That's what all of it is. So that's not where the horror comes from.
72-hour whole body odor protection with just 6 ingredients.
I posed the question at the beginning of this video. What if we're forgetting something? What does it look like? And perhaps the most terrifying question that the oldest you asked, what happens when it comes back? I think the reason the giant was so terrifying during the rolling giant is because it is corrupted. It's not Julian. We saw what Julian looks like when he's in the forest, when he's in the land of forgotten memories or whatever. We see that he is still human, but then after Wyatt's death, we see that Julian is now the giant. Unless they're two separate entities, the memory of Julian has become something else. Remember that scene when Wyatt was about to escape and yelled, "What do you want?" And we see flashes of people, a horse, animals, all these things around the giant. I think these are all things remembered. I think they're things that sure may be lost, but they're still in one piece. They're still together. And I feel the giant doesn't have that anymore. It's becoming a creepy concept that kind of sticks with me is at the end of dispersal, we don't see what the giant looks like when it's above the ground. Sure, we can assume that it's probably the same. What if it isn't? See, Kane hasn't taken the statue of Julian Riverton and put it back in the Valley View Mall. He's made it into something else. He's made it a piece in a horror story. If Julian became the giant because of a forgetful corruption that allowed the image to be changed in the memories of those who see it. Because remember, with the people who built the rolling giant didn't mean anything strange or creepy by it. But when you come across the liminal image of the giant in an abandoned shopping mall, well then you get strange and creepy ideas from it. If the rolling giant became that, then what does it become now? Kane has forcefully corrupted it into a monster that kills those who venture too far into its lair. What might this breed giant look like when revitalized but given a new shape? And that is something I don't have the answer to, and I'm very excited to see where it goes. There's one other piece of terror from the series that I can't help but mention. Remember how in Dispersal text flashes on screen that says humans have existed for 300,000 years, but we only have history for 1.6% of that time? Well, if Julian is the only example we've seen so far, and keep in mind, this is a guy who died in 1905. It's not ancient history. If Julian's the only example we have of what a corrupted memory can become when we forget it and it comes back, then what do you think that means for the other 98% of 300,000 years? There's one thing from the series I have neglected to mention up until now. At the very end of Life of a Giant, the last image we see is of Julian Riverton, and then we get a quick glimpse of something. This is an altar, a statue, a site, I don't know. But what I do know is Kane is setting something up. As mentioned, Kane and I are friends, or friends is a strong word. I like the guy, and he likes to see me suffer. So, well, out of completely unrelated reasons, Kane decides to draw Dispersal and then hang out in the live chat to see how I respond. Once it's over, he quickly sent me a link to something. And after I clicked on that link, he immediately deleted the message.
Kane just DM'd me something. Right? Let me finish this thought before you put trick. This is the music that was playing as Kane was regular life. Jebel Irhoud is an archaeological site located just north of the locality known as Tilet Cow of Raqqa Valley, approximately 30 miles southeast of the city of Safi in Morocco. It is noted for the hominid fossils that have been found there since the discovery of the site in 1960. Originally thought to be Neanderthals, specimens have since been signed Homo sapiens, and as reported in 2017, have been dated to roughly 300,000.
I think this starting point, this very first place of humanity, is something we catch a glimpse of with the image of this altar, this abstract pyramid of sorts. I would like to mention, for one, the construction of this altar is very similar to the atrium within the Valley View Mall. This could just be coincidence, although I don't believe in those with Kane, but at the least it could mean something as to how we're building the same structures over and over without knowing where we're getting it from, without knowing the reason we do the things we do in the first place. Once again, forgetting our own history. But I think it relates to where this series is going. Something I don't know yet, but I have a guess. If That's what I think the oldest few is. I think in future episodes of the series, we are going to see not only the giant, but other things brought up from nothing. I think in future installments, we will see not only the giant, but other things that we have forgotten come back with a vengeance. Now, I, for one, cannot wait to see it. Hopefully, you can either. I'm sure a lot of you have seen that Kane Pixels is working with A24 on the production of the Backrooms film. I'm excited for that for several reasons, but one of those being, as Kane continues to make his way into the industry, I can only imagine where the scale will go. with this project. I don't know when we're going to see the next episode of The Oldest View. I think it will be a while, but I think when we do see it, it will be worth the wait. That, or he is going to wait for the moment I post this video to drop the next episode. In which case, I take back every nice thing I've said. He's a hack, monstrous even, and doesn't deserve a platform. Yeah, all jokes aside, The Oldest View is one of the most interesting and thought-provoking series in or outside of horror that I've seen in quite a while. And I'm so thrilled that I got to talk about it to you all today. And hopefully you're at least a little thrilled to hear about it. And if you are, that's really cool, and I appreciate it. And I just want to say thank you for watching. Kane is not only a fantastic creator, but a fantastic friend as well. It means a lot to know someone who isn't only kind and good-natured, except when it comes to making me hurt, but also someone who is such a unique creative mind. I truly feel, not to just gas my guy up, but to also do that a little bit. It's rare to look at someone and know that they're going to be somewhere special down the road. And I had that opportunity with Kane, and it really does mean a lot. Also, a massive thank you to Kane for making the audio that was used in the intro of this video. No thanks for titling it Iceberg Boy. For those who don't know, the reason people call me Iceberg Boy in every comment you've ever seen now is because Kane called me that during a live stream. So thanks for also making the audio that I have to credit in the description and here the same thing. Really means a lot. But for real, thanks to Kane for the track. The music does go hard, and you'll hear it periodically in my videos from here on out. If for some reason you decided to watch this video before you watched The Oldest View, you shouldn't have. But if you want to check it out for yourself now, there's some nuance and maybe some stuff I didn't talk about that may change your mind or give you a new theory of the series or what have you. The link to that will be in the description. Check it out. Kane certainly deserves it. The series really is amazing, and I'm happy to see it getting the traction it deserves. Even if part of that traction is due to me screaming at the cardboard statue. But, you know, suffering for art or something. Once again, go check out Kane Pixels' channel. Also, the merch, as well as the pin set, is available for a limited amount of time. Get that at the link in the description like you can. And also, if you're interested in coming on the Stalker tour, tickets yet, do that now because I'm about to leave for the tour, and also there's not a lot of seats left. So get in on that. Also in the description while you can. Thank you all for the support on everything. Thank you all for waiting on this video. I know a lot of you guys have been asking for it for a while, but The Oldest View is a big series and there's a lot going on, so I wanted to do it justice. Hopefully you understand, and again, thank you all for your patience. So I believe that should do it for now. Check out all the things that I mentioned, description and whatnot. And again, thank you to Kane for making this series. Really appreciate it. But that out of the way, that should be it for now, but I just want to say thank you for watching. I hope you enjoyed, and I'll see you in the next one. Bye. Almost forgot. This isn't going to mean anything to me. Rolling Giant? Did someone say, jump?
Travel can make you smell kind of fruity, but aluminum-free secret whole body deodorant gives me 72-hour whole body freshness. For long layovers, surprise gate changes, and heavy luggage, and it's totally little seat approved. Secret, no sweat.
Talenti's salty caramel truffle layers. 5 layers of indulgence in every spoonful. It's no wonder Talenti is the #1 best-selling gelato brand. Talenti, raise the jar.
Hello, everybody. Today I'm excited to talk to you about what is potentially one of the dumbest and weirdest experiments I've ever read about, the rat. Now,
discretion advised. And several of you who just clicked on this video may be curious as to what the raft experiment was, so here's a brief overview. A researcher interested in studying human reaction within an enclosed space put himself and 10 other people on a raft for 101 days as they went across the Atlantic. The people in the experiment weren't really privy to what the whole point of it was. The researcher just kept telling them he's trying to invent world peace. However, what it turns out the researcher was actually studying was the connection between violence and intermingling. He was convinced that any group of people that were composed of both men and women, after a certain amount of time alone, would either result to complete violence or complete the opposite of violence. For this reason, the experiment was famously known in the news as the sex raft. So how did that experiment go? Well, we're going to talk about it. Well, we'll talk about that right after I talk about this. And you may be wondering what's this. Well, if you'll turn your face about 5 degrees in that direction, before we get into all of that, I want to take a moment to thank today's sponsor, Manscaped. I'm thankful for Manscaped, not only because they give me money and free stuff to talk about their things on my stupid little internet channel, but also because they are the solution for what is an otherwise horrifying process. And thanks to the new Performance Package 4.0, taking care of yourself has never been more easy. This kit is a one-stop shop for everything that you need in order to stay and smell fresh. For one, within the kit, you'll get the Lawnmower 4.0, which is the handy-dandy full-body razor that includes a little LED light for all of your shaving needs. And then after you get done using the lawnmower, you can use the Crop Preserver, which is a quick-drying, long-lasting moisturizer. And I'm going to balance this microphone again in 1 second. Which all you have to do is pump a little, of course. All you have to do is pump a little bit out, rub it in for an all-day moisturized feel. And then after that, you can use the Crop Reviver, which is an all-day long deodorant and toner, which again, all you have to do is just a couple spritz and you're good to go. And then with all that, you get the Weed Whacker nose and ear trimmer, which I can say makes me feel confident whenever I shove hundreds of electric spinning razor blades into my face. And then with the Performance Package 4.0, you can opt into the Peak Hygiene Plan, which will deliver these renewable products to your door monthly. And for a limited time, if you get the Perfect Package 4.0, you will also receive, as an added bonus, the Manscaped Travel Bag, which is a very nice bag that I've used for everything from camping to hotels or whatever, as well as the anti-chafe Manscaped Freaks, which I am wearing right now and will not show you for, again, obvious reasons. However, I can say they are comfortable. So if you go to the link in the description today at manscaped.com and use the promo code WINDAGOON, you will be able to get all of this for 20% off. So that's everything that I mentioned, the entire Perfect Package. Go to the link in the description, use discount code WINDAGOON to get 20% off, as well as free international shipping. What's not to love? Thank you all so much for watching the ad. It really does mean a lot. Thank you so much to Manscaped. I really appreciate it. And again, appreciate the t-shirt. I hope you all check them out. Use the link in the description. And we are back to the video. I'm excited to get into it, so let's get into it. But as always, thank you for watching. So who was this mad scientist who put this whole shindig together? Well, that was a man by the name of Santiago Genoves. Santiago immigrated to Mexico from Spain when he was only 15 years old. He did this as a means of escaping the Spanish Civil War. It's believed that from this point, Santiago developed an insane attraction to the concept of violence. And while you may think, oh, well, did that mean he became a violent person or was sort of like involved in violent rings? No, not at all. That means that from a purely book and study perspective, he thought reading about it was cool, which I guess is kind of the same boat I'm in right now. Anyway, so as he grew up, Santiago became an anthropologist with a specific study on violence throughout human culture. At one point, he began studying with another anthropologist by the name of taking off that was attacked by a group of hijackers, and then it didn't really go anywhere, no one was killed. However, being one of the hostages on the plane absolutely thrilled him. Like, he was so stoked because I think he was on his way back from a conference about violence in history, and then he was taken as a hostage, and this just made him all giddy inside. And something I want to get out of the way now is not a lot of people dunk on Santiago for being kind of stupid. I mean, everyone who reads about the case kind of gets that idea, and stupid may not be the right word. It's just, whenever I read about, like, the stuff this guy wrote, he is so incredibly pretentious to the point it doesn't really feel like he has an experience with what he's talking about. And what I mean by that, and as we're going to find out here in a second, it's like everything that he spent all his time researching and studying, he didn't really think about it in terms of practical human emotions. Like, for example, the basis for this entire raft experiment was a similar experiment was conducted on monkeys. So, like, he sets up the experiment the exact same way it was done with the monkeys, and when humans don't react the exact way, he gets, like, angry about it. And I think it's almost like a cautionary tale of how if you can get hyper-focused on a topic or things that people do and don't really think about, like, you know, how people interact, or just, like, understand a lot of, you know, social dynamics don't apply directly from monkeys to humans. And, like, you'll see what I'm talking about here in a second, but I'm going to take every opportunity I can to talk about how weird this dude was. So anyways, him getting really hyped up being part of a violent hostage situation, or an almost violent hostage situation, and floating across the Atlantic gave him the idea for the raft experiment. So what was this raft experiment? Well, Santiago had constructed a 12-meter by 7-meter raft. For us Americans, it's like 40 by 23 feet. It's Canada, didn't know either. And he had put ads in papers across the world asking for volunteers to come and be a part of one of the great scientific experiments of the century. It was said that 6 women and 4 men would be chosen for the experiment. I'll get into the details of why those numbers later. And then beginning in the Canary Islands in Africa and ending in Cozumel, Mexico, maybe pronounced wrong, it was like from here to here, over the course of 101 days. Now, he never told them, even during the experiment, what the purpose of the experiment was, because he wanted the reaction to be purely natural. And the only thing that he said is that this experiment was going towards developing the idea of world peace. Surprisingly, or to me, hundreds and hundreds of people volunteered and wanted to be a part of it. So Santiago pretty much had his pick of who he wanted. So what was the actual experiment about that no one knew at the time, but we know now? And also, let me preface, a lot of this was unknown, and like the details of what happened on it were unknown up until a couple of years ago. A documentary was made. It was a great documentary, by the way, where they brought the still living members who were on the raft and interviewed them about what it was, and then they read through Santiago's old logs to put a whole picture together. So most of the opinions and stuff I describe are from that. In experiments conducted with monkeys, it has been shown that whenever you throw a bunch of male and female monkeys into a cage and just, like, leave them there for a while, eventually the males will begin violently fighting each other and begin rapidly mingling with the females. So Santiago was super convinced that humans would do the exact same thing. So his entire purpose with this experiment was to throw 6 women and 4 men into a boat, and his plan or idea was that they would get incredibly violent and begin copious offspring creation. And like in his logs he wrote about it, that we're not just talking like, oh, like there's a couple cute romances like summer camp that develop and a couple of the guys get into fist fights. No, he was like, they're going to kill each other, and everyone's going to be pregnant by the time we get to Mexico, like just like full blown, you know, cats and dogs and trouble and chaos in the streets and whatever else. And you may be thinking, wow, that's like super disrespectful of you to talk about this experiment that resulted in so much chaos and murder. Hold your thought on that. Obviously, because of this, he never told the press either of what the intent of the experiment was. Although midway through the trip, as we'll see, they kind of got the idea. So anyway, who were these 10 people that Well, just going through them in no particular order, there was Faye from the United States. She was married with kids and always had an interest in science, so that's what got her encouraged to be a part of this. There was Nirvana from France. She also had children and was married, and one of the reasons she wanted to be a part of it is because she's a professional diver. There was Maria from Sweden, who was a naval captain, and although she didn't have a family, she was still chosen because there wasn't an overabundance of female naval captains who wanted to be a part of the experiment. As a matter of fact, I'm pretty sure she was the only one. Because as I'm going to explain in a second, there was a purpose to all these women having family and children. There's also Mary from the USA who was a waitress and pretty much signed up just because she thought that it could be interesting. Or at least that's the initial reason she signed up. We'll get more into the psychology of why she did it in a bit. There was Edna from Israel, who was a former soldier and now doctor, who pretty much signed up because she wanted to prove to herself that she could do it. There was Rashida, I believe that's how it's pronounced, from Algeria, who she was a scientist and researcher who studied pollution and wanted to be a part of another research study. And now on the goddess side, there was Isoke from Japan, who was a photographer. The general vibes I got from him is that he also just signed up because he thought it sounded cool. There was Jose from Uruguay, who was an anthropologist and wanted to be a part of someone else's study. There was Fernando, who was an Angolan priest. I'll mention why he was chosen in a second. And Charles, who was from Sicily and was a radio operator. I kind of get the general vibe that he was in it for the fame because there was a lot of media coverage around this experience. So if you listen to like the specifics of those names I just mentioned, you may have noticed a few commonalities. For one, all 6 of the women, if you could tell, were for the most part more experienced or had more experience with this topic than the males did, and that was on purpose. Whenever they got out to sea, all of the women were given the important jobs, things like navigation, storm watching, boat management, whereas the men were given jobs like stacking the food cans and sweeping the deck and stuff like that. And this certainly wasn't in a girl boss go equality kind of way, much more in a old world showmanship kind of way. His belief was that if you put women in power and specifically gave them authority over men, it would cause such an angry, hate-filled attitude to rise up in the men that they would begin just getting violent and punching each other. Because for everything that he's doing here, he's doing to try to prompt a physical reaction. Also, with the exception of a couple, all of the women were married with children. That's because in the aforementioned monkey experiment that happened, it was shown that the monkeys fought most often over women who had the ability to have children. So he literally was treating humans like they were bugs in an experiment. And he's like, oh, these are the most fertile, so we definitely want them because then the males will become more alpha and fight each other in order to get fertile women. Also, and I'm stressing it again, none of them were told any of this, and anytime they asked, he told them this was to develop world peace. So these like totally clueless people were just like, all right, I'll get on the boat, I don't care, 100 days off from work sounds good to me. Santiago was so convinced that this was going to happen and everyone was just going to go full primal at each other that is the reason he asked Bernardo to come on. Because like I mentioned, Bernardo was an Angolan priest. So he thought it would add a layer of intrigue if he put a religious figure on the boat. Because then he was convinced that the males would be so just chomping at the bit, ready to go, that if he put a priest on there as a way to make them think about religion, it would make them even more upset. So he was so confident this would happen that he put a roadblock in his own experiment because he thought that would just spice it up a little bit. Also, every single one of these people, to the best of Santiago's ability, had a different background and belief. If you'll remember, 2 of the women were from the United States and everyone else was from a different country. Not only that, but everyone had different religious backgrounds and political beliefs and different marriage statuses. The idea was he was trying to create a microcosm of people around the world itself. So all 10 of them meet each other and Santiago the night before they're supposed to take off. And the way it works is that they were on the African coast and they needed a tugboat to pull them out from the coast a certain distance so that way the waves can pick them up.
long-term services and supports. Provides for your loved ones to stay connected to a life they want. From personalized care to in-home assistance and resources for caregivers. Long-term services and supports. Quality of life for a life well lived.
Hotels with spas. Ski resorts with spas.
We have climbing gyms all over the country, so we use Google Meet to connect with our staff. The automated note-taking feature of Gemini has been really valuable. Saves me so much time. We're never going back.
And then carrying them over to Mexico. So the next morning, everyone waits for the cameras, says goodbye to their families, they get on the boat and take off. To set the stage for how this entire trip would go, while they were being pulled out by the tugboat, Maria, the ship captain, her boyfriend was on that tugboat. And then as they're going out to sea, she gets a radio call from him where he's freaking out and everything. And he asks, did you read the contract that Santiago had to sign? Because as you can imagine, for this kind of experiment, he had everyone sign a contract. And the boyfriend screaming over the radio says that it says in the contract you're to give your body, mind, and soul to Santiago, and he can do with you whatever he wants. Now, while the whole statement's a little pretentious, and Santiago would put that in the contract, the morality of this experiment is questionable at best anyway. So Maria kind of calms him down and says it's going to be fine and it hangs up. But imagine that. You're about to go out to ocean with this researcher and 9 other people for 101 days. And then as you are leaving the coast, someone gets on the radio and starts going, he says he's going to take your soul. He says he controls your mind. Stop. I'm sure this definitely is a foreshadowing of things to come. So as soon as they get started on this trip, everyone is already kind of weirded out by Santiago. Before they started this voyage, he had asked them very personal questions in the preliminary question time whenever he picked up the tin. Stuff like, if you could hook up with someone, who would it be? Have you ever thought about murdering someone and things like that? Well, every week that they were on the boat, he would hand out these questionnaires that they all answered privately and then handed back to him that got progressively more intensive. Like, for example, going down the murder one, it went from, have you ever thought about murdering someone, to who have you thought about murdering? And then what weapon would you choose? How would you do it? How would you get away with it? And stuff like that to try to understand their psyche. And these were asked every week. So not only was that a little strange, like, you know, you're just on a boat vibing with some people, and then someone's like, hey, you ever thought about killing your mom? But Santiago was really, like, retracted from everyone else, too. And I think it kind of serves as a pretty good picture of what the guy was like. Like, everyone else is around, you know, socially interacting, and he's just sitting back over there in a journal writing about what social interaction may be like. Like, everyone's just talking or whatever, and he's sitting back there like, any moment now, they're going to rip out each other's throat. And what's so funny in the contrast with this, and this is my favorite detail of the entire experiment, everyone on the raft, besides Santiago, became best friends. Like, legit. They took video footage, like, at periodic times throughout this entire trip as in order to catalog it. And everyone's smiling, they're hanging out, they're playing on the sails, people getting out, swimming around in the water by the raft as it's moving. And not only that, but after the experiment was over, everyone maintained contact with each other and stayed best friends for the rest of their lives. As a matter of fact, whenever they do the documentary, and they bring everyone back after 50 years, they're all just like, oh, hey, haven't seen you since last meetup, how you doing, how are the kids, like, the purpose of this experiment, and the reason I'm talking so nonchalantly about it, was because of this. Because the purpose of the experiment was to watch these people, like, just kill each other, or something close to kill each other, when in actuality, they just became best buds, and stayed best buds, except for Santiago. So while everyone else is partying and having a good time, grilling hamburgers on the front of the boat and everything, they were all kind of creeped out by Santiago, who also, mind you, everyone on the boat was like mid-20s to mid-30s. Santiago was 54 at the time of the experiment. So he's already like a much older guy. But there's just an old guy at the back of the boat, like hunched over a notepad writing about how he can't wait for them to kill each other. So you may be asking at this point, what was life like on this little raft, which he called the Akali, by the way. So what Because there's this thing in psychology that by the way someone draws the roots and the way they draw the branches and stuff like that, you can get a picture of what their mental health is like. It's kind of like that whole thing of draw face, and by the way they draw the face, you can tell, you get it. So he has all of them draw these trees, and like Maria, who is incredibly hateful towards him, like comes up and throws the tree in his face, and then he writes in his journal, he's like, from the detail of the branches, I can tell she was rather upset. And again, it wasn't towards other people, but no one likes Santiago. As like a really big testament of how like off he was from getting everyone else. There was this one time, they had these fishing poles on the ship, and there was this one time that one of the guys caught a shark. And the way that you hear them describe it years later and in interviews is like, oh well, we caught a shark, and then we brought it on board, and then we were like, hey, you know, we haven't ate anything that isn't in a can for a long time, so they like, you know, fillet it and everything, and then they cook it on the grill, and everyone's like, ooh, now I've tried shark meat, isn't that cute? Meanwhile, Santiago's journal entry for this occasion is like, I watched Jose sprint to the back and come back with an axe, and then I watched with the primality of man as he took off the head of the shark, and then everyone put their nasty hands in and pulled out pieces, when in reality they were just eating a fish. And he kept talking about how this was like the big, like he kept saying, Ian described it, this is the break, this is the moment, this is when everything goes downhill. And he ends the journal entry for that section like, I hid the axe, just in case in the morning their bloodlust is still strong. Like, they were eating a fish. Also, from that point on, after the shark thing, he began to sort of refer to them as the mob in passing. Like, after the shark event, he started writing, like, the mob is gathering together against, like, he really thinks he did something there. And then, as another point of how control freakish he was, and, like, wanted everyone to do things his way, there was a point about little before midway through the journey when the rudder broke on the raft. And I mentioned again, Servane, the woman from France who I mentioned earlier, is a professional diver. So she starts putting on her diver gear to go fix it, and Santiago's like, no, we cannot risk a woman. I will be the one to go fix it. So he like puts on her diving gear, which is adjusted to her, doesn't fit him or anything. And he had this really big beard at the time, so the mask wouldn't seal right. So anytime he went underwater, it would just flood his face. So eventually he just had to hold his breath and go down there. And then he lets the group know he doesn't know how to fix a rudder. So the entire time Servane's like, I know how to fix ships. This is literally my job. Just let me do it. He keeps me like, no, I will be the one to fix it. So everyone goes to sleep that night. Servane and I believe it was Faye, I'm not sure who was lookout for. Servane gets into the water. She goes down and repairs it. Takes like 5 minutes. Comes back out and sets it all up. Goes back to bed. So whenever, also she did this at night, by the way, just add another layer. So whenever everyone wakes up, Santiago's like, all right, we will now go fix the rudder. And Servane's like, hey, look, I did that while y'all were asleep. I just want to go ahead and do it. And Santiago lost his mind. Like, he started freaking out, saying that they're not taking it seriously, like this is a form of mutiny, and everything else. And yeah, that's the kind of guy we're dealing with. Also, during this time, there was some level of romance that began to form, and I use the term romance flippantly. I think people were just kind of bored. Because another detail was they weren't allowed to have anything or bring anything that would be entertainment. Like, they couldn't bring books, they couldn't bring anything like that. I think maybe it was Jose or Charles brought a guitar, because that could be seen as like a group activity. So the only form of entertainment was talking to each other and singing songs back and forth to each other and telling stories and stuff like that. So at some point, you know, a couple of guys got kind of bored. One of the girls was kind of bored. Years later, Edna had admitted that she shared an intimate moment with Ahsoka and Charles on 2 separate occasions. And also, in my research, I'm pretty sure that Charles was engaged at the time of this, so that one I don't approve of. But something that seemed kind of clear in research was this was not like, oh, she was in love with either of them or anything like that. It's just You put a bunch of people with nothing to do for a while, they're going to keep themselves preoccupied. And what's funny is Sandy said whenever she was doing that, she would have a couple of her friends, I believe it was Faye and Mary, literally like guard the back of the boat so that no one could come around to the back or whatever and see them doing it. And it's even more hilarious. I don't think Santiago ever found out about this because from all my reading, he never talked about it in his notes. And remember, that was one of his primary purposes of the entire experiment, to see if that kind of thing would happen. So I think that they just straight up didn't tell him. But what you've also got to remember is he never told them what the purpose of this experiment was. So they may be like, hey, we're bored, we don't want him to know about all this for several reasons. So we could just like go over here privately and not let anyone know. However, considering how they all felt about it, I'm pretty sure if they knew that was what he wanted to find out about, they still wouldn't tell him just because he was so annoying. And I want to emphasize, I don't think this is him proving his point at all. Because remember, his point's like, oh, they're going to be feral, they're going to tear everyone apart, and it's going to be this disgusting monster fest or whatever. And this was literally just like a couple of young single people being like, hey, I'm bored. You want because Edna and Ahsoka both made it clear in subsequent interviews that that's just kind of what they did aside from the raft. Like they got bored and did that as a pastime. So it's not like the raft changed their psychology. They were just the same people. And also, I feel like as a scientist, Santiago should know that the chances of romance are incredibly decreased in an experiment whenever every time two people may be developing some form of a bond, there's a 50-year-old man at the back of the boat, like, may hurt your chances.
This is not a blue moon. Now it is blue moon, made brighter.
Chances of developing a relationship. So, about halfway through the trip, Santiago got mad because he just figured that, like, why aren't they killing each other or doing other things yet? This isn't what I wanted. So he starts just, like, being a jerk, and he considers that introducing, like, chaos to the theory. Like, he's stirring the pot now, but really he's just being mean. Like, for example, he gathered everyone together, and he started reading their questionnaires out loud. Because, remember, these have been, like, very private answers. And several of the questions were like, if you could hook up with one other person on the raft, who would it be? If you could kill one other person on the raft, who would it be? So he gets everyone together and he starts reading their questions. And one of them was like, Edna had said that if she could hook up with anyone, it would be Jose. But Jose had said that if he could kill anyone, it would be Edna. So he points that out as like, ha ha, she said that she has a crush on you, but you said that you don't like her. Like, it's the most middle school stupid scenario you can imagine. And what's really funny is everyone was so, like, friendly with each other that no one cared. Like, whenever that came out, Jose was like, I'm sorry. Whenever I answered that, I didn't really know you that well, and it was a different time. And then it's like, oh, it's okay, sweetie. I totally get it. I think you're cute. And he kept doing that. He kept being like, Faye, you said that you hated Charles. And Faye was like, well, I said that because that day he stole some of my food, blah, blah, blah. And Charles was like, oh, I'm so sorry. Like, he keeps trying to get them to fight each other, but everyone was so nice and so friendly towards each other, it kept not working. And then around this point, like, he got really violent and, like, really inappropriate. It started out with him doing things like splashing water on people's faces randomly, and then being like, are you ready to fight? Like, does this make you upset? And then he just, like, started straight up being racist. Like, for example, he went to Faye, who, as you can see from the pictures, is black, and began just calling her words like primitive, a thief, and other incredibly rude, like, racist terms. And he would even walk up to Faye and be like, are you going to sleep with Bernardo anytime soon? Because at this point, he just didn't care if they knew what the experiment was about. And he'd be like, you know, because you're both, you know, why don't you, you know? And, like, he did the same to, like, Charles and Cervane, because he's like, you're both European, you know, in nature, like, when animals look alike, it's so dumb. And what makes it even more annoying is the entire time this was happening, he kept writing in his book about like how they just don't get it. Or in other words, he was saying stuff like, I am on the precipice of one of the greatest experiments of mankind, and all they care about is friendship and getting along and survival like idiots. And he also just tried to keep like micromanaging every aspect of their life. Like, say there's two identical food cans, and like two people pick them up and be like, that one's for Jose, and Bernardo gets that one. And like just like petty stuff like that just to maintain a sense of control. And he'd even start just straight up lying about gossip to each other. Like he'd go over to Ahsoka and be like, I heard Charles said that you were his least favorite, but I heard Faye says she has a crush on you, and just stupid stuff like that. Also, there was this beautiful moment in the documentary that I want to emphasize to show kind of like the disillusionment that was happening between Santiago and everyone else. There's this moment in the documentary where Faye and Mary, if you'll remember, they're the two people, both from the United States, are having a conversation with each other, and Faye says that as they were going across the Atlantic, it was one evening and it was kind of quiet, she had the realization that she is going along the exact same path that her ancestors would have gone through whenever the slave trade was happening. Or in other words, she is traveling the same path as those before her did in bondage, only now she was doing it as part of a scientific research experiment as a free person. And she said in that moment, across the ocean as the sun was setting, it hit her all at once, the realization of people have died before me so that I can be where I'm at, and now they live on through me. And how she said that one moment on the boat managed to change her entire life view and made her more appreciative of things to come. Not only that, Mary said, because originally I said at the beginning that Mary joined just because she thought it would be interesting to see if she can do it, the actual reason that she had done it was because she was recently just got out of an abusive marriage. She had just divorced her husband. And she said initially there was this fear because Santiago acted the exact way that her previously abusive husband did. So whenever she was on the boat and she saw people like Faye and Captain Maria and all these people standing up against him, it gave her this courage that she could do it. And she said from her journey on this boat, she became a stronger person because of it. So like these two women are sharing such a beautiful moment with each other. And while that's going on, I want you to think about the man at the back of a boat going, any moment now they'll kill each other. And then things got worse than that. So a few weeks before they're about to hit shore and the whole experiment's going to be over, Santiago begins to get news that the University of Cambridge, the one that he is from, who originally sponsored the study, has denounced it. The reason that they've denounced it is because the news started doing the math of, he wouldn't tell us what the experiment was, he wanted a near equal number of men and women, and didn't tell him it's the sex rap. It's the sex rap now. Like all the newspapers, all the headlines, the sex rap story, and they talked about how there was these deplorable things happening on it, and how he's trying to dehumanize the men and women alike. And while that's what he did want to happen, that's not at all what actually happened. It pretty much turned into a summer camp. So the combination of him getting made fun of and his university denouncing him before they ever got to shore made him even more violent. This culminated as they were coming into the area near the Caribbean, Tropical Storm Brenda began to blow through the area, and Captain Maria says it's not safe for them to sail anymore. They have to land and end the experiment early. And Santiago's still thinking that something's going to happen in these last couple weeks, says no, that will taint the experiment. So Maria says, I'm not going to be captain and like sail these people into their death. So she gets into like a physical altercation with Santiago where he's like, he literally does the whole I'm the captain now thing, and then like sends them through the storm and they just go inside and wait for it to quit raining. Which luckily no one got hurt, nothing bad happened, but something really bad could have happened. It was at this point, after Santiago had essentially committed a mutiny over the people on the ship, that everyone individually came to the conclusion that they should kill him. And like, they planned this thing out too. The primary theories that were going around was people were saying Ahsoka, if you'll remember, he's a photographer, could like get his camera up and be like, no, move a little more to the right, a little more to the right, and then they push him off, and then whenever they get to land, they could be like, oh, there was a storm. And Faye had this idea that, which I mean, she was probably done putting up with his BS at this point, but she had the idea that they could take the drugs out of the medical bag in the back, and that while he's sleeping, they could all take turns plunging a little bit of it into him, like a full-blown Senate murder of Caesar, like everyone stabs so that everyone's guilty thing. Like, the other people are like, we can make some plausible deniability if he like falls off the boat. And Faye's like, we could all stab him and drug him at the same time. Because it went from like, he was kind of weird and creepy to he got to be like angry and authoritarian. And then he just started like being racist and crude and throwing water at people. And like, at this point, he stole the boat. It's like, we're going through the storm. Like, I could also understand killing somebody. And you may be thinking, similar to Edna hooking up with a couple of guys, well, doesn't this prove his theory? Because he said that everyone was going to either intermingle or get violent, and now they've done both. And no, like if I was to walk up to you and I was to go, hey, do you want to kill me? And you're like, no, that's a weird question. And then I punch you, throw you in the back of a car, start going 150 down the freeway, like swerving through traffic, and then I look in the back seat and I'm like, now do you want to kill me? Like, that doesn't count. It's almost like one of those dumb YouTube pranks in a way, because it has the same energy of walking up to someone's like, have you ever thought about committing an act of violence? And they're like, no. And then you punch them in the face and pull a gun, and it's like, oh, are you violent now? Oh, look at this social experiment. Looks like you have potential to be violent. I'm a genius. Similar to like the couple of people hooking up earlier, this isn't some huge breakdown of the human psyche. This is just people being human. Because at this point, if they had killed Santiago, I think they could have argued it was in self-defense. So this went on for a couple days, like this weird tension of everyone quietly conspiring his murder, until one morning, they wake up and someone, I think it was Bernardo, screams, there's a ship coming, and everyone runs outside, and there is a freighter coming directly at them. And if you don't know freighters, I mean, here's one, they're huge. As soon as this happens, Santiago lost his mind. He starts crying and screaming and running back and forth on deck, just like going, oh no, he has no idea what to do. So everyone else who has this sense of unity with each other immediately like gets to order. Maria pretty much takes over as captain again and is like, Charles, get on the radio. But no, actually Faye got on the radio and began signaling the message because she recreates it in the documentary. And then Mary goes up to the roof of the flare, starts singing it back and forth. Someone changes the ship mast, like they're doing all this stuff to signal the ship. And then sure enough, it works, and the ship diverts its course, and from that moment on, Maria stayed captain again. And from that moment on, for the rest of the trip, Santiago went into this super depressive mood. I think it's because the combination of his university showing him, and his experiment not working out, and now the fact that he couldn't maintain control, or whenever like the rubber met the road, he just freaked out. So he got really quiet, and then he got really sick, saying like his stomach hurt, and he had bad blood pressure and all this. So Edna, who I mentioned earlier, was a doctor and also the sort of medic on the boat, goes to him and starts attending to him every day, and like feeding him, and sets up a IV and stuff like that. And what's really fun is in the documentary years later, she's like, I think he was faking it. Like, he was upset that now they weren't giving him any attention, so he just pretends to be sick, so now they have to give him attention. And what's even funnier to go against his theories, after this freighter incident, and now that they're close enough to land that there's things like freighters and birds everywhere, everyone became super linked. Like, everyone started sharing all their deep stories. There were several of them who said after this event, like, they had dealt with past trauma by talking it out, and each other kind of worked as a support system. As mentioned, they became friends for the rest of their life. And all the footage of, like, the last 2 weeks of the trip is them, like, swinging back and forth on the sails and, like, partying with each other and singing songs and everything. Again, while Santiago's pretending to be sick. And it was just, like, solid vibes for the rest of the trip. However, Santiago's journal entries during this time were absolutely absurd. Like, for one, he developed this really, like, stupid just pouty personality. Like he was talking about how like the experiment's been ruined because everyone else is idiots except for me, and they don't know anything they're doing. And now I'm gonna have to do this whole experiment over again. So his theory for the next experiment was to design a raft that only one person could fit in, and it's flat, so you have to lay down in it. And his idea was he would be the only one on the raft, and it would be a glass bottom raft, so that he would lay down flat and just stare into the abyss of the ocean. And he wanted to float across the entire Atlantic doing that. And like his entire attitude towards this is like everyone's an idiot except for me. So now I'm gonna have to do the whole thing myself. Which, if you'll like notice, the point of this experiment is supposed to be human interaction with each other. So one person on a lone on a raft wouldn't do any of that. It just kind of fulfills his messiah complex he has. Like he doesn't even know what the experiment's about anymore. He just wants to.
Maggie wants more without spending more. So she got Blink Outdoor 4 cameras with up to 2 years of powerful battery life.
Thank you so much.
With more convenience and more peace of mind. Blink and get more.
Rat Pringles.
Just blow in a can.
Without your gift, we can't fund research that saves lives. Donate today at cancer.org.
If you're a renter and you're not using bills to pay rent, you are missing out on super valuable points, travel, lift ride, and so much more. Check it out. I just told my mom the secret to juicy, hydrated skin, the Neutrogena Hydro Boost Water Gel Moisturizer. Because of the water gel consistency, it feels weightless, but it instantly hydrates our skin, making it feel so soft. It also makes for the perfect prep for makeup. We love this.
Feel special. So sure enough, by the time August comes, they make landfall in Mexico, and after 101 days, the raft experiment was over. They'd become so close at this point that they talked about how sad they were that they wouldn't get to see their friends for a while. And like, there was someone who said, I could have stuck on that cruise forever, but I had to go home and see my kids and do all of that. But I hope in the future I get to see these people again. After they get shore, they have like a final debriefing where the original plan with Santiago was going to tell them about all that he had discovered from their experiment, and then like let them back out into society. But what it actually was, because of the way things went, is Santiago sitting around like, well, did anyone learn anything this week? Why am I pretending to hold the microphone again? I got one. I hate that I do that. Anyway, he's like, oh, you all had a good time? That's cool. I'm sick, you know. I'm still sick. I guess this experiment's nothing. Well, I'll be sure to reference you all when I do it for real next time. So thanks for wasting everyone's day. Like he just came off as a disappointed parent. It was hilarious. And there's even this part, because like you can hear the logs of the final one, where he says that in the questionnaires that he had collected, I think he quit collecting them near the end, but in the questionnaires, the universal thing that everyone said whenever asked, like, is there anyone on the ship you hate? Is there anyone who's rude or blah, blah, blah? And they all said him, obviously. They're like, I hate you so much. I want you, I've literally conspired to murder you. And in his final address, he goes, I was never rude, impolite, or crude to anyone. But I'm sorry you felt that way. Like, anyway, what a loser. In an interview he did a while afterwards, I believe it was on a Mexican talk show, they asked and said, besides like your data, because his data from it was like, he still tried to make the point that they all formed a mob and became violent with stuff like the shark and things like that. And not a lot of the truth of the experiment came out until recent years of documentary and all of that. For a while, it was kind of viewed like, ooh, these people got a little bit angry. They were out there a little longer because of his research with it. And he'd go on talk shows, they'd be like, what did you learn besides the research? And he was like, I would say that above all else, I feel enriched. And I feel soulfully better. And it's like, dude, you were the biggest jerk and everyone else said that they continued life as if nothing happened. I believe it was Nirvana who said that whenever she left her job to start the whole journey, her boss said, well, when you get back, you know, that's going to be a whole life-changing experience being at sea for 100 days. So when you get back, you'll probably want a bigger or better job or whatever. And she said she got back and literally nothing changed. And that was kind of the consensus from everyone. Like, they made friends and they worked out personal stuff, but it wasn't like they came back thinking themselves to be like more of a animal than man or whatever else. They're just like, yeah, I had a good little vacation, made some new friends, you know how it goes. And that was the end of the raft experiment. And one of the reasons I want to talk about it is, for one, no one's talked about it. I haven't seen like any videos or stuff covering the topic, and I think it's too funny and too weird not to. And also, like I said, up until recent years, people have cited that experiment as being proof of people going insane if left alone for long amounts of time. Which isn't at all what happened. That's just what Santiago really wanted to happen, and it didn't. But through the opinions and testimonies of those who are still alive and the stories that they tell, it's so wild that someone who has been so highly regarded, or well, he probably wasn't that highly regarded. I'm not part of the scientific community, so I don't know how highly his name was praised. I can't imagine that much if Cambridge denounced him during the study, but it's weird that something that's officially logged as an exploration of the human psyche was just a big joke that a bunch of people made like summer camp connections off of. So the moral of the story and what you can take away from this is there's no time to touch grass if you spend all of your time drifting at sea. And the even more important moral to remember from this story is how I feel, and I feel very thankful to have stuck around this far. So thank you for watching. I love weird, like, scientific experiments like this, and a lot of them are much more depressing and show like these deeper, like, explorations of human or animal psyche. There's this one experiment that I thought about covering. It's the Rat Utopia experiment. I believe that's what it's called. However, down the rabbit hole, his name is Frederick Knudsen. I believe that's his name on YouTube. You can look up Down the Rabbit Hole and you'll find him. He did, actually, you know, I'll link it in the description because it's such a good bit. He did a fantastic video on that experiment, and I wanted to cover that one, but honestly, he did so good, there's no purpose for me to. But, like, there are a ton of experiments like that explore the depravity or, like, the bad parts of psyche or social interaction or whatever. And while researching these, I came across this. And I believe it was some list like the 5 experiments to prove humans are evil or whatever. And it was made a few years ago, right? Before like the documentary, before people started talking about all this. And it's like the rat experiment. And it's like, it proved like they formed a mob, they got violent. Although this has been, like, there's a final sentence, like, although this has been contested as of recently. So I kind of forgot that last sentence and was like, oh, the rat, that seems like a cool, depraved experiment. Let me look into that. So I do the research for it and find all the stuff I just talked about. I'm like, this is absurd. That, for one, how weird the experiment was planned to be, how much it did not turn out the way the researcher wanted it to, and, like, his pouty attitude. Like, I encourage anyone who thinks I'm being too harsh on the guy, Santiago or whatever, I encourage you to, like, read his writings, look at, not his book, Akali, because in the book Akali about this, he pretty much just talks about how people become a mob mentality or whatever. Like, that's his view of what happened. Like, compare what he said to what everyone else said and all that, and tell me that I'm being too harsh, because I really don't think I am. I think this guy was a jerk, and the problem that happens with a lot of these guys is people will have degrees, or they'll have letters in front or behind their name or whatever, and people just assume that means they know what they're talking about. However, a value of knowledge is not a value of intelligence. And with people like this, I think that can kind of be seen, or at least social intelligence. And if he just like didn't understand social cues, that would be one thing, but that doesn't excuse the racism and the meanness and the sexism and everything else that he injected into this. So yeah. I just rambled a ton about a talk. If you're watching this long, you also think it's interesting. I don't know why I'm trying to convince you it's interesting, but I just love stuff like this, and I hope to cover more of it in the future. So again, if you're still here, thank you so much for watching. I hope that you enjoyed. as far as, I think we're at 617,000 subs, which is not a real number. None of these are real. I say that in every video, but none of these are real numbers, and I'm gonna wake up one day and this can't be real. It's kind of just, I'm numb at this point because it's such an absurd explosion, and I just love it so much. And thank you all so much for watching. Thank you for sticking through the video as long as you have. Thank you so much to my patrons over here. You guys are fantastic. Your continued support and allowing me to be where I am means the most. And like things like me going full time now, which is so cool, and I can't believe it, is thanks to you all. So thank you all so much for that. Thank you to my patrons. Thank you to everyone else. I've been saving this, but when this video goes up, it's going to be Spooky Month tomorrow. I'm so excited. I can't wait to do just creepy stuff for all of October, and I'm looking forward to it. Hopefully you are too. So thank you all so much for watching, and I will see you in the next one. Bye!
Alright, let's go. Your bosses are not happy. We're just some rich dances. So grab some cold brew, boys. You're about to learn how to make it hot. You guys got it?
Let's go. Cold brew coffee.
No, I promise I'll keep it classy. Everyone put their clothes back on.
Hello everybody. Today we are going to be talking about the story of one of the doomed voyages in humanity's twilight days of exploration. That is the failed journey of the Franklin expedition and its ships, the HMS Erebus and the HMS Terror. I've always loved this story because it's one of the last cases of adventure and exploration and serves as a testimony of what that adventure can lead to. Now this story may be familiar to you if you saw the AMC miniseries The Terror, which was about the Franklin expedition. However, that took a few creative liberties with the story, and I want to tell you about the true story, or at least the story that was pieced together by the evidence I'm going to talk about. Now, there's also been some other YouTubers who have done a fantastic job of covering this story as well, like History Buffs, who compared the real-life accounts to the accounts of the TV show, and Maritime Horrors, which is quickly becoming one of my favorite YouTube channels. I'm going to include those videos down below, as well as some of the others that I really enjoy. But if you want to hear much better accounts and representations of those stories than whatever I can manage, check them out in the description. Two quick things before we get started. For one, I am back to the Blue Yeti mic, as you can see, and I'm trying out a lot of different settings with my camera. I've heard you guys in the past. The lighting was weird, the audio was weird, and I'm really dumb to all this and trying to teach myself YouTube videos. So honestly, let me know how this looks and how it sounds, because I'm trying my best. And also, if you're a patron, stick around to the end of the video. During the end credits, I want to make one last announcement for everything that I mentioned on the Patreon lately, so stay tuned for that. And for everyone else, hopefully you want to stick around as we talk about one of the final stories of humanity's desire to explore the Earth. Before we get into a story of adventure and excitement, let's talk about something that isn't exciting, and that's having your personal data stolen. But thanks to today's sponsor, you'll never have to worry about that again with Atlas VPN. Atlas VPN is a fantastic digital tool that hides your location and keeps your information secure whenever you're browsing the internet. Whenever you log on to one of Atlas's servers, your IP and DNS address are passed through their system before it's passed on to the rest of the web. So if anyone tries to search for your information, it will get jammed up by Atlas's system and you'll be completely hidden. But on top of that, Atlas's user interface is very user-friendly and has a series of other tools that can also help you when browsing the web. Like, for example, Atlas has something called a data breach monitor, which if you've ever heard someone say that your email and password may be part of a hack or leak that's happened, you can go to Atlas VPN, put in your email address, and it will tell you if any of your information has fallen into the wrong hands. So rather than just being afraid all the time, if your information's out there on the web somewhere, you can go through Atlas and know for sure. Another cool feature about Atlas is you can use it to change your digital location. So for example, say that you want to watch something on Netflix, but the movie or show that you're looking for isn't available in your country. All you have to do is go to Atlas VPN servers in another country, and then whenever you go to Netflix and reload it, you will have their entire catalog for that country, meaning you can essentially stream the web from any part of the world you wish. Atlas VPN is also offered on all digital platforms, and they also offer a 30-day money-back guarantee. So you can try it out, and if you don't like it, you can get your money back, although I'm sure you will. And right now, you can't go wrong, because if you go to Atlas's link in the description, you will be able to get their plan for 82% off. That's right, if you go to the link in the description, you will be able to get everything I just mentioned, from the internet privacy to the email protection, as well as the server location change, and much, much more for 82% off, or in other words, $1.99 a month. What's not to love? Thank you all so much for watching the ad. Thank you so much to Atlas for sponsoring the video. It really does mean the most. I hope you all enjoyed. Again, check them out in the description, and we are back to the video. We are going to go ahead and get into it, but as always, thank you for watching. To really understand the importance of the Franklin expedition, there's a little bit of history that goes into it. See, for a really long time, Europe was trying to find some means of travel between themselves and Asia. Because if someone wanted to go from, say, England to China, it was a several-year expedition that made them loop all the way around the bottom of Africa, because the Suez Canal had not yet been invented. However, once the Americas were discovered, people figured out that the globe was a bit bigger than they initially thought it was. So people at the time began speculating perhaps there is a path to Asia if one were to travel north. Specifically, north through the Arctic around the North Pole and down south into Asia. If this theory were true, it would save literally years of time during travel, as well as the lives of the people who ride aboard ships making these long voyages. In the late 1700s, the Hudson Bay Company made several expeditions around the coast of Canada, trying to find an inlet that they think could get them to pass across into Asia. At the time, no one really understood the westward to eastward expanse of the Americas, and people were kind of testing the shores to see if there was any breakage that they could drop south through. And in the 1800s, the Secretary of the Admiralty, which is basically England's Navy at the time, was determined that there was a passage near the North Pole. In 1845, Sir John Barrow was 82 years old, and at the end of his career, he was determined to commission the first travel from Europe to Asia through the North Pole. And so Barrow set about in finding the best captain for the job who could man such a dangerous voyage. The first two captains that he selected each turned him down because while both of them were very experienced with the Arctic, they have both sworn off ever traveling north again. See, traveling to the Arctic by ship at the time was not only an incredibly dangerous journey, but a terrifying one. Whenever it became winter near the North Pole, the oceans would begin to freeze on the several inlets that the ships would travel through. Or in other words, you could be sailing for a year and then be stuck for half a year as the water freezes around you, where you have to wait for it to thaw, and you continue sailing into the nothingness of ice and water. As I mentioned, in the decades leading up to this expedition, there were several other attempts to try to get through the Arctic Passage, and most of them ended with the ship turning around after about a year and a half, and even then with several of the crew members dying of either food poisoning, or hypothermia, or pneumonia, and the other various diseases you could die of at the time, as well as many sailors reported to have gone mad due to the isolation of the North Pole. Or technically northern Canada, not quite the North Pole, but I mean, like, it's just like infinite ice. You couldn't tell the difference anyway. The third pick for the job was a sailor by the name of Francis Crozier. He had taken many trips to the Arctic, was well experienced, liked by the Admiralty, and was up for doing it again. It sounds like the perfect option. However, Crozier was Irish, and it was a big deal for the British government at the time that it needs to be a thoroughbred member of British royalty who makes the first expedition. The fourth pick for the option was a captain by the name of James Fitzjames, and yes, that was his real name. And while he did fit the criteria of being a British upper class, he wasn't that experienced with sailing, especially not in the Arctic, so he was passed up as well. The man who would eventually lead this expedition was Barrow's fifth pick for the job, Captain John Franklin. John Franklin was of British upper class and a sort of celebrity amongst the sailors of the time. He was incredibly kind to sailors who worked under him, writing of ill will about. The expedition was to occur across 2 ships, and to make sure that everything went well, the aforementioned third and fourth choices were also made a part of the expedition. Franklin himself was sent to captain the HMS Erebus, while Francis Crozier, the third choice I mentioned earlier, who was knocked out of the league because he was Irish, was given command of the HMS Terror and named executive officer of the expedition. And the fourth choice, the young Captain James Fitzjames, was named as Franklin's second in command aboard the Erebus itself. The government naturally felt better that even though their fifth option was the one leading the charge, the third and fourth options were right there with them. Franklin's ship, the Erebus, and Crozier's ship, the Terror, had each been a part of Arctic expeditions from 1841 to 1844. Now you may be thinking it's probably in bad faith to name a series of expedition ships the Terror and the Erebus, which Erebus comes from Greek mythology as being the dark ring around Hades itself. Well, the reason that the 2 ships were named that is because they were each originally part of the British military. As a matter of fact, the Terror was in the War of 1812 and took part in the attack on Fort McHenry, which was the battle in which Francis Scott Key wrote America's national anthem. They were each massive ships, with the Erebus weighing 378 tons and the Terror weighing in at 331 tons. The ships at the time were also state of the art. They were lined with these iron bands and reinforced walls, and the propellers and rudders even had a function where a latch could be pulled and they would bolt inside of the ship. That way, if you passed through a lot of ice, it could just pump off the iron and you wouldn't worry about knocking anything off. The ships were also ahead of their time in that they had steam engines inside of them, which had been taken off of trains. So if you were at open sea and there were no winds, you could still move by bringing in salt water, purifying it, and then using it to burn steam and power the ship. It even had a heating system that was piped throughout the ship, which again in 1845 was a huge deal. In the months before the departure, the men were essentially seen as astronauts. They were hailed as being the brave people who are going to step out and change our way of life as we know it. And as historians have noted, an astronaut is given their spaceship, and the Terror and Erebus served as spaceships at their time. Now, it turned out that the construction of their ships ended up being part of the problem down the road, but right now I'm talking about the fun, lighthearted stuff. We'll talk about the death and destruction in a little bit. Lady Franklin was incredibly proud of her husband, and as soon as the officers of the voyage were announced, she made all of them get their picture taken, which was a brand new technology at the time. She also bought her husband a pet monkey named Jacko, who was to accompany them on their journey. In the meantime, Captain Crozier of the Terror brought along his Newfoundland dog by the name of Neptune. The ships also had a cat on board, however, that's less remarkable as that was kind of a necessity at the time, because, you know, if you were out there for 3 years and then mice destroyed your food supply, that would be bad. Each ship also left with over 1,000 books in their respective libraries, as well as different sporting effects, because, you know, if your ship is stopped in the middle of the ice and it's so thick that you can get out and walk on it, so that way you don't lose your mind, it's probably a good idea to like play a few games while you're out there. Each ship was also equipped with several barrels of liquor and 2 tons of tobacco. Again, not to ship or haul any of it, this is just so the sailors don't go crazy. They even left with different costumes and fancy clothes, so that way if they were bored, they could put on plays for each other. I should also mention that the men of the Erebus would cut up the costumes and make tiny costumes for Jacko. Another recent invention that was a very big deal at the time was that of canned food. See, it had always been an issue historically of keeping food so that it doesn't go bad. So the fact that you can seal and preserve it was a huge deal on expeditions like this. However, what came to light after all of this is that the British government hired the lowest bidder to make over 8,000 tins of food about 7 weeks before the ships were set sail. This became a problem that I'll talk about in a little bit. Also, the other food source was cattle, because the ship was so big, they would just straight up bring cattle on board, which, I mean, if you don't have a refrigerator, I guess you just let the steak refrigerate itself until you need it. Despite all these preparations, however, only 6 134-man crew had any experience with the Arctic. Nevertheless, on May the 19th of 1845, the Franklin expedition set sail from England. The crew consisted of 24 officers and 110 sailors. They made a brief stop in Scotland as the Barretto Jr. and HMS Rattler accompanied them to the coast of Greenland. At this point, the Rattler transferred over the last of the supplies that the men would need and took back 5 sailors from the Erebus and Terror who had become sick during their journey. These 5 are the only survivors of the Franklin expedition. As the Rattler departed, it also took the final letters of the men that were to be sent home back to England. In Franklin's 14-page letter to his wife, he had said that spirits were high, and although he had banned drunkenness and swearing amongst the crew, they still seemed to enjoy his company. He also mentioned that Jacko was stealing several trinkets from the men, but they all thought he was cute, so they didn't care. From all of the letters that were sent that day, everyone seemed to be in good hopes and thought that the journey would turn out well. In July of 1845, a whaling ship passed the Terror and the Erebus at the Baffin Bay as the whaling ship was heading back to England, and the expedition was working its way closer to the Canadian Arctic. The sighting of the whaling ship is the last time that any of the crew were ever seen alive, at least officially, but we'll get there. Now, before I get into theories and talking about what happened to the expedition specifically through discoveries that were made, let's talk about what led up to those discoveries. See, this voyage in particular was supposed to take about a year and a half. So when 1847 rolled around and there was no word from any ships that had seen him or any letters conveyed back home, people started to worry. And one of those people was Lady Franklin herself. Whenever she brought her concerns to the Admiralty, they said that they were unfounded. So Franklin, in an attempt to find out of her husband's whereabouts, began to amass people and committees in order to get the state to do something. To which her friend Charles Dickens began writing in the paper, urging the public to say something about the missing Franklin expedition. Eventually, the government did and sent 2 sea expeditions and 1 land expedition across northern Canada to look for any sign of the crew. Furthermore, the state put out a 20,000-pound reward for anyone who could find the crew, which by today's money is about $2 million. And thanks in no small part to Lady Franklin's urging, it became a matter of public interest of what became of the expedition itself. A song even became popular at the time, known as Lady Franklin's Lament. Eventually, the search party found some sign of the expedition when in 1850 on Beechey Island, they found several tin cans, what looked to be the remnant of a camp, as well as 3 graves buried in the ice. The names on the headstones were that of 3 members of the expedition, spaced out over the course of several months. It wasn't uncommon for people to get out in the middle of the cold and die of pneumonia or tuberculosis, so this didn't prove that the entire crew had met a tragic end, and as a matter of fact, it shows that they were in enough state that they could still bury their dead. However, the dates on the tombstone indicated that they were buried in 1845, meaning that this had to occur in the first several months of the expedition. Furthermore, in 1851, an iceberg began to be spotted off the coast of Greenland that had 2 ships stuck in the ice of the iceberg itself. Now, it turned out later that these were actually 2 abandoned whaling ships, but stories of seeing 2 giant ships frozen in ice didn't help quell any of the fears back home. In 1852, a captain by the name of Edward Belcher managed to get trapped in the ice while looking for the Franklin expedition, and a total of 4 ships were lost and had to be abandoned during this voyage. This isn't necessarily related to the story, but one of those ships was called the HMS Resolute, which was recovered by Americans several years later, and as a sort of gift, America returned that ship to Britain, to which Britain then made several desks out of the wood of the ship, and one of those desks, called the Resolute desk, was gifted to President Hayes, and still sits in the Oval Office to this day. Just fun note. There's a lot of reports that Belcher was very hasty and made a lot of bad decisions during the voyage, and that's what led to losing 4 ships. However, this was enough to scare the British government away from looking for the crew after so much cost had already been accrued. And officially, the expedition was declared lost and the crew dead on March the 13th idea what happened to the expedition, and this was the first clue of their whereabouts since the 1845 campsite. While talking to local natives, John Gray said that they came across a campsite of some 35 to 40 men who were all wasted away and dead, specifically near the southernmost point of King William Island, near the opening of the Back River at northern Canada. The natives had several items to prove that their story was true, including silverware with Crozier's initials on it, as well as framed pictures of the captains themselves. The most horrific part of the story is that the hunting party that came across this campsite said several of the bodies were mutilated and cut up, and due to human remains being in the fireplace, it was suggested that the final survivors had to resort to cannibalism. John Ray collected several more testimonies and then brought his findings back to Britain. This coincided with an unrelated search that happened in 1855, in which a crew said that they found a piece of wood located on King William Island that had Erebus carved into it, and another piece of wood that had Mr. Stanley carved into it. Mr. Stanley being the name of the doctor aboard the Erebus. John Ray's findings were published in papers across England, and people lost their minds, primarily at the suggestion of cannibalism. See, at the time, concepts of people being pushed to the brink and the hordes of survival and things like that weren't really commonplace in people's mindset, and cannibalism was just seen as the ultimate act of evil. So the people who left 10 years earlier as the superheroes aboard their rocket ship off into the Great White Wonder were now being considered the worst of the worst. Several people just simply didn't accept the information, Charles Dickens being one of them, saying that he didn't use the word savages, but he heavily implied savages of the North just made it up because they don't understand British dignity. Either way, Lady Franklin was determined now more than ever to find some evidence of what happened to her husband and his crew. However, as mentioned earlier, the government wasn't having it, so she used her own money to commission an expedition all by herself. Well, commission sailors to go do it all by themselves. She didn't go all by herself, although that would be kind of neat. On July the 2nd of 1857, a ship known as Fox set sail to try to find some evidence of the Franklin crew. And sure enough, on the northern shore of King William Island, the first evidence of the expedition was found. Inside of a cairn, which is essentially a pile of rocks, in a box was the only known note to come from this entire voyage. I'll explain what the note was whenever I get to the specifics of what happened to the crew, but also discovered nearby was a skeleton wearing a work uniform of someone aboard the Erebus. Furthermore, on the western shore of King William Island, they found a lifeboat of the Terror, which was full of unneeded supplies like soap and combs and brushes and silverware and things that wouldn't be needed for walking across the island, as well as 2 more skeletons laying within the lifeboat. There was another man named Charles Francis Hall, who also lived among the Indian people, who was determined to find some evidence of the expedition. From 1860 to 1869, he explored the entire area of King William's Island and the Back River of northern Canada, while also interviewing local natives to try to see if he could piece together what happened. Hall found various graves all across his journey and took hundreds of testimonies from those he came across. Over the years, the testimonies dwindled from seeing large groups of men walking across the island all the way down to just 2 in 1858. So with the information that all of the people I just mentioned gathered, let's try to put together what happened to the Franklin expedition. Well, as I mentioned earlier, the last time they were spotted was in July of 1845. From that location at Baffin Bay to the campsite that was found at Beechy Island, it seems that everything was going well up until that point. As I mentioned earlier, it was expected that whenever winter hit, they would be stuck for several months. And during this time, it seems that they were stuck at Beechy Island, which would explain the 3 bodies and hundreds of food cans which were found thrown out on the shore. For reasons I'll explain later, it was determined that these 3 had died of pneumonia, while tragic, not unexpected. However, it seems that perhaps their ship was moving too slow, and they were there until the next winter, where the ship was stuck off the northern coast of King William's Island in September of 1846. Remember how way earlier in the video I mentioned that heavily kitted out with all of this cool material to make sure that they stay running. Well, something that wasn't considered until years later is the incredible weight that these ships have. See, whenever you're trying to break through the ice to get around the Arctic, speed is a priority. And while these ships certainly have the fortifications to make sure they didn't sink if they ran into any ice, that also weighed them down, ensuring that they weren't quick enough to break through it. And remember that steam engine I mentioned earlier, the one that came from a locomotive and was put into the ships? Well, while a fantastic idea at the time, if these things were opened up they could go a speed of 7.4 kilometers an hour or about 4.5 miles per hour. Again, not enough to get any substantial distance through frozen water. It wasn't uncommon for ships at the time to get ice bound up in the propellers of their system, to which someone would have to do the nauseating process of putting on a diving suit, going overboard, and breaking it off with a stick. So perhaps a combination of the water freezing and it taking too long to break the ice in front of them, which was often done with long sticks and explosives, as well as ice freezing to the ship and propeller, they didn't travel as fast as they thought they could.
Like the Kentucky Derby, from reserve bourbon is a spectacle for the senses.
Another factor is the navigation of the expedition itself. While this wasn't stated on the note and there were no survivors to say for sure, it's quite possible that they quite literally took the wrong turn. See, at the time it was mapped and documented to go north through Baffin Bay and then come south to the north of King William's Island. However, at the time, and part of the reason the expedition existed, it wasn't known if it was best to take a more westward or eastward route through the channels to get out. From what we know now, it seems that they took a route into the more open and mainland line of water, which turned out to be a problem because, as we also know, Al, that is a primary route for polar ice caps to break off and then flow through the mainstream. Meaning if they took the other turn, they could go through what is now the Simpson Strait and make their voyage into Asia, but instead they went the other route, which, while manageable today, would have been impossible at the time. Regardless, the True was trapped off the coast of King William Island in 1846, and it was here that the note was placed inside of the cairn that I mentioned earlier. Also, I'm going to assume you can't read latitude and longitude, and if you can, you're better at this than I am. So I'm just going to say location whenever we get to it. HMS ship Erebus and Terror wintered in the ice in location, having wintered in 1846 to 1847 at Beechey Island in location, after having ascended Wellington Channel to location and returned by the west side of Cornwallis Island, Sir John Franklin commanding the expedition. All well. So as mentioned there, this was written and very legible at Beechey Island, the first location where the ship is frozen. This second note is written in the margins around the paper and seems to be in much more distress. HMS ships Terror and Erebus were deserted on the 22nd of April. Fleets north and northwest of this, having been beset since the 12th of September, 1846. The officers and crews consisting of 105 souls under the command of Captain F.R.M. Crozier. Before the note goes on to describe the manner in which this note was retrieved, and it then says, Sir John Franklin died on June the 11th of 1847. And the total loss by deaths in the expedition has been to this date 9 officers and 15 men. Signed by James Fitzjames, captain of the HMS Erebus. The note itself was signed by Crozier and Fitzjames, and as mentioned, indicated that Franklin had died on June the 11th, and as mentioned at the end, that made Fitzjames the new captain of the Erebus. So what went wrong? Yes, they were stuck frozen in the water a second time, but the ship had rations for 3 years and up to 5 if they strung out their meals. Well, remember that little detail I mentioned in the beginning that 7 weeks before they were set to launch, the lowest bidder made 8,000 cans of food? Whenever these tins of cans were found on inside of the food, there was liquid lead that had been hardened after it ran all in the meal, which, probably isn't good for you. But all of the cans showed signs of erosion and improper sealing, and one of the primary theories of what went wrong is that the food spoiled. Furthermore, if that canned food went bad, then the men would be subject to scurvy. Now, most ships at the time, including the Terror and Erebus, would keep lemon juice in bottles to drink to keep scurvy away. However, the effective time of lemon juice is about a year, and as established, it has been 2 years at this point. And the lead poisoning of the foods and everything combined, there was a lot of different ways these guys could have died. And I will continue to stake my flag on the idea that the food went bad because of the final note written in the margin of the page by Crozier, which says, "And start on tomorrow, the 26th, for Back's Fish River." This lines up with what I mentioned earlier of several relics being found on the way to Back's Fish River. So if the food was still good, they would have stayed on the ships because the ships were made to get frozen in ice and then keep going. But if it's bad, then the guys had no other option than to walk across the expanse of King William's Island, which King William's Island is an empty island full of rocks and ice. So very inhospitable. This also explains why there was a lifeboat found full of supplies on the west coast of the island. From piecing together everything, it seems that Crozier, now acting as commander of the survivors of the ship, brought at least one lifeboat and filled it with several of the supplies the men would need, possibly any food and at least initially some supplies for morale, like combs and spoons and extra boots, and etc. The purpose of the lifeboat being, for one, to carry the supplies, but also so that whenever they get to Back's Fish River, they can then get in the lifeboat and take it down the river because the only known settlement was several hundred miles down Back's River. Meaning that even if they did get all the way to King William's Island, they would then have to continue paddling downriver for potentially months. But it was either that or starve to death on the boat. So as mentioned in the letter, the men set out on April 26th. The distance from where the letter was found to the mouth of the river was about 248 miles. One group of natives said they came across the men during this time who asked them for food, but the natives themselves had to take care of their own and weren't able to offer much, but that they did witness about 40 men walking across King William's Island south towards Canada. And from there, I wish there was more to say, but it seems the Franklin expedition, at least officially, vanished off the face of the earth. I'm going to talk about some of the modern findings of this case, but there's a couple things I want to mention that are my favorite details of the story. The last relics that can be positively ID'd as part of the expedition were found about 40 miles north of the river, meaning that the men had made it some 200 miles across King William's Island. However, remember how earlier I stated there were several natives who said they came into contact with 2 men? Well, that was in Canada. As a matter of fact, about 250 miles south of the northern border of Canada in 1858. And when shown pictures, all of the natives identified one of the men as Captain Crozier of the HMS Care. If this were to be true, that would mean that Captain Crozier and one other man had successfully walked about 600 miles over the course of 12 years. In 1948, around the same region of northern Canada, there was another cairn very similar to the one found on Beechey Island. And inside of the cairn was a wooden box that was put together with dovetail wood, which was the practice in mid-1800s England. Sadly and very frustratingly, the box was destroyed and no note was found, but if that was set up by Crozier and the other man, that would confirm the idea that they had walked for over a decade, 600 miles through the Arctic. The other detail I want to mention is that of the expedition's mission itself. Remember I said there were remnants of the crew found on the western side of King William's Island? Well, from the coast of King William's Island, you can actually see the Simpson Strait, which is the opening that was later discovered to be the pathway through the Arctic to Asia. And it's incredibly possible that that was the last thing in the men's mind at the time, but I like to think at some point the captain and the men looked over and saw the entry to themselves, they discovered it. As a matter of fact, England agrees with me too, but let's talk about some of the more modern discoveries. In 1981, a researcher by the name of Owen Beatty was determined to find out what happened to the Franklin expedition. Beatty and his research team explored the region of King William's Island where the lifeboat was previously identified. Between that location and Victory Point, the original area that the letter was found, they found several bones of the crewmen. Upon examination, the bones had pitting that was consistent with cases of scurvy, as well as lead concentrations 10 times over the regular amount. So the theory of the food being bad is pretty well supported. However, the other thing that they found on the bones was several scratches and knife cuts, indicating that there was most likely some form of cannibalism present. Furthermore, at several of the makeshift campsites they found along the way, there were bones that seemed to be polished by the inside of a pot, which is seen in cases of extreme cannibalism, or I should say, when cannibalism is needed in extremes, and people try to boil the marrow out of the bones, indicating how hungry these men were. All in all, from 1981 to 1982, Beatty found the remains of 6 to 14 people. To confirm his theories about the death of the men, he needed another example for the time. And lo and behold, perfect examples existed in the graves on Beachy Island. I'm going to show what could be considered to many disturbing imagery, but I feel this is important for the historical connotation and also the science aspect of it, and it's for a purely educational sense. However, understand if you don't like that, there will be a timestamp in the description to skip past these pictures, but these are the images of the bodies exhumed from Beachy Island. Despite the ghastly look, the tissues were in near perfect condition, which allowed very accurate samples of the bodies as well as the cause of death to be determined. And also, while this is mostly an informational explanation that I'm giving you, I don't want to gloss over the horror and simultaneous wonder of people being consumed by the elements, yet in death being completely consecrated by them. And there's such a, it's a vicious poetry to it. It was found on these bodies that the cause of death was in fact pneumonia, supporting the theory people at the time had that everything went wrong the winter after Beachy Island. From 19...
New Chipotle honey chicken brings a hint of pure honey and seared smoked peppers with fresh chicken hot off the grill. For Chipotle heat with a touch of sweet and a perfectly balanced sauce. Chipotle honey chicken takes heat and sweet to a whole new level.
I'll be Mr. Empty one day. The entire world will know my name.
For under $10.
1984 to 1993, over 400 bones were found along King William's Island, and many of which indicated signs of cannibalism. Perhaps most tragic was the feature that the hands, feet, and head all seemed to be removed before the cannibal acts were taken, as if the most human parts of their friends they wanted to remove before committing what was to them such a horrendous act. See, while the people of Britain thought it was such a horrible, atrocious action that no sane man would ever commit, the people who were a part of this expedition also had those same ideas. And while they had to do it to survive, the ghastly nature that the people back home felt to them, I'm sure they felt 10 times over. So you're probably asking yourself the question, well, if they found all of the bodies of the men, what about the ships themselves? Well, over the years, there were several sonar studies and helicopter missions to try to see if they could find any remains of the ship. Well, finally, on September the 9th of 2014, the Erebus was found sunken under just 36 feet of water, not far from the northernmost point of King William's Island, specifically at the location known as Wilmot and Crampton Bay. The ship had simply sunk from years of disrepair, and through the ship, it seems to be in completely idyllic condition. As a matter of fact, the Erebus is still in its exhuming process, and it's currently said that the first 65 artifacts that are recovered will go back to England, and the remaining artifacts will belong to Canada and the Inuit people. And then on September 12th of 2016, the Terror was found much farther to the south. As a matter of fact, out of complete coincidence, the Terror was found in a place known as Terror Bay. Perhaps most of the Terror, other than the fact that it sank in a place named Terror, was the fact that its anchors were still up and locked. See, whenever these ships got frozen, they would drop their anchors to make sure that they didn't float away or randomly tilt if the ice were to crack or thaw out. Furthermore, it was much further away and seemed to follow a trajectory as if it was trying to get back to the mainland. A common historical belief is either that someone went back after they were walking across the island to try to pilot the Terror to get it towards land, or a few people stayed on the ship who there was enough food to supply for. But again, like the rest of the crew, whenever they made their voyage, they met the same fate. In 2018, the Terror was examined beneath about 80 feet of water and seems to be like the Erebus, in perfect condition, frozen in time under the waves. And there are still discoveries of the Franklin expedition happening to this day. Not only are they still in the process of bringing up artifacts from the wrecked ship, but in May of 2021, one of the bodies that were found was positively ID'd as John Gregory because his great-great-great-great-grandson living in South Africa provided a DNA sample which gave a positive ID. One of the things I love about this story so much is despite the fact that it was over a century and a half ago, the mystery is still continuing to be unsolved and unraveled each day. Another tragic beauty of the story is that in 1850, one of the ships sent to search for the Franklin expedition, known as the HMS Investigator, and yes, that was the name of it, seemed to be right on the path of the expedition, only they took the other route, meaning that they found the path from Europe to Asia, to which the Investigator also got trapped in the ice and needed rescue from the Resolute, which, as I mentioned earlier, also got trapped in the ice. But that's not important. They found the path, and that path, which was later discovered as the Simpson Strait, is the one I mentioned earlier that perhaps the final members of the crew realized they had discovered. The captain who discovered that the Simpson Strait was indeed the passage from Europe to Asia agreed with the Admiralty that the Franklin expedition should be named as the Discovery Zone. And in 1860, the British government honored Captain Franklin as being the discoverer of the passage between worlds, and Lady Franklin was there to accept the medal in his honor, to which they commemorated the statue of John Franklin, which the plaque simply reads, "They forged the last link in their lives." And with that is the story of the HMS Erebus, the HMS Terror, and the tragic victory of the Franklin expedition. I've always enjoyed stories of the last days of the Crusades and adventure and the journeys of man and all of that. And like the ferocity and just the viciousness of nature is all around this story. And it's anyone's guess what happened. In the series The Terror, they talk about how the polar bears could have killed them, or how lead poisoning can lead to delusions of the mind, and they could have went paranoid. And there's all sorts of manner of things that could have led to their end. Or as the men of the time would say, it seems like the whole world is trying to kill you whenever you're out there. And every single day is a fight for survival. But in spite of all of that, because of what they did, it led to the discovery of the passage. And in other reports that were written around the time, there were people who said it was meaningless. And by the logical sense, it was. It took that much effort to get up there. There was no way you were going to send a bunch of merchant vessels back and forth all around the year. And the Suez Canal eventually had to be invented to deal with that, and blah, blah, blah. But in their conquest for that, to put the last piece of the map together, to decide or figure out the geography of the whole world, they managed to succeed. One report, I forget who, I've been doing so much research about this stuff, one report said that more was discovered in the search for them than their one ship ever could have put together. And that's what I mean by the tragic victory. In the end, they accomplished what they had set out to do. And I love stories of ferocity, of people braving the wilderness, and man, I love this stuff. Anyway, I've talked about it enough. Thank you for watching. Thank you for sticking around this long into my mad ramblings. I hope that you enjoyed. I love this stuff. I also hope that the camera setup worked out as well, and this microphone, because like the Blue Yeti's back, I found a way to sync it to the camera, and I think I found a way to make the lighting quit flashing all the time. I didn't even notice it until people pointed it out. I'm awful with technology. But hopefully this was manageable. Hopefully it looks okay. I'm learning as I go. I've also been recording all night because I keep, like, what you don't know is all of the gaps I take in between and going over my notes back and forth. And I started recording around 5, 6 a.m. It's 9 a.m. right now. I have no idea what this will cut down to. It's also funny because I planned this would be a short video, and now it's not at all. And my hair's all over the place, and I'm losing my mind. So it's part of the course that you guys are sticking around this long. I appreciate it. Trying to think if there's any announcements. Well, for one, thank you so much to my subscribers. Still over 1 million, still losing my mind with that. We're at like 1.04, something like ridiculous, like already another 40,000 people since the million. I love you guys, you're fantastic. Actually, hold on, I need to show this on camera. So my girlfriend Kayla, bless her heart, threw me a party whenever I hit 1 million subs. And obviously there's no happy 1 million subscriber balloon at Walmart. So she got me this, this is cute cat bedding. I had to share this information with you. You're welcome. I'm losing my mind right now. I totally forgot what I was going to say. That cat, I was looking at the cat and it took all of my thinking away. Speaking of my girlfriend, there is a thing happening soon on the second channel. Link to that will be in the description as always. I've renamed it from Windic Games to Windic Game because there's going to be new stuff happening over there. And I'm not going to announce it yet till all the solids are down and I can make it look pretty. But yeah, check that out in the description so you'll be the first to know when it happens. What's the other thing I was going to say? Oh yeah, I'm so tired right now. Thank you so much to all of my top tier patrons that you can see here. Thank you to all of my patrons. You guys are fantastic. If you're on the Patreon, you know about the announcement I made regarding the Patreon. If you are a patron and you have not seen that announcement, go do that as soon as possible. The thing that I mentioned in there is going to happen like definitively in about a week from when this video goes up. So I'm going to repost the Discord link and stuff like that. So again, like a week and then that will happen. So if you're a patron, do that ASAP, please. I'm so tired. Thank you all. I've got to edit this and then get it out. But thank you all so much for watching and sticking around. I love that I can do this stuff. I can go from talking about conspiracy theories, horror series, and then the stories of ships stuck in ice, and that someone is still sticking around this long watching. I hope I'm not talking about myself right now. That'd be weird. I should stop before I continue to embarrass myself. Thank you guys very much. That should do it. I feel like there's something I'm forgetting to say. Now I guess not. Okay. I'm just losing my mind. Whatever. All right. Thank you all so much for watching. I really enjoyed this. I hope you did too. I hope you enjoyed. And I will see you in the next one. Bye. Hello, everybody. Today we're going to be telling the story of when angels fell from heaven, God created humanity, and the Garden of Eden itself, all told from Satan's
Sorry guys, that's it for the live. I fell asleep. If you enjoyed this, please hit like and subscribe. Until next time.